Hey, welcome, makers. Welcome to another Maker Hangout. Here's Saturday afternoon in Las Vegas. My words are kind of blah, blah, coming out of my mouth funny. I'm live on YouTube and Twitch right now. We have makers that drop in from around the world and around the country. We have a few people in the back room now, and there'll be more to come. I have my CNC out in the garage currently running, so one of my screens will be taken up by my CNC. I'm cutting a little box for my bits, all my CNC bits. But let me bring in who we got and we'll get going. And welcome. Please like, subscribe, share, follow, and do all that stuff above. I'd really appreciate it. First off, let me bring in my CNC. Hey, CNC, what's going on? Hello, Matt. How are you doing?
You bring the CNC in before me. Thanks, mate. I see who's right. More important.
Hey, Scott. How you doing, buddy?
Hey.
Hey, guys. What's up, Matt?
Hey, how are you?
Jerry.
Hello, Josh. How you doing?
Hey, guys. Good. How are you?
Thank you for joining.
Thanks for having me.
Let's see who do we got here in chat that I haven't showed. Theo Mods, hello. Almighty Malachi, hello. Yeah, each and every week on YouTube and Twitch, I stream anywhere from 2 to 4 hours, depending on who's on screen or how many questions are coming in on chat. And thank you for joining. And we can have up to 9 people today because my CNC's taking up a window. And I can't leave it running unattended in the shop. So that way, if I see something happen, I can run out there and shut it down. So,
it's just as important, right?
Josh, you're new here today. What have you been up to? And if you want to tell everybody who you are and what you do.
I'm Josh, and I guess I'm known as the soda bottle filament guy with Recreator3D.com. So
nice.
Got into pet pultrusion a couple years ago. I was working with M3D's Quad Fusion and started running a group for that. That's a whole story on its own for a whole other day. But yeah, that brought me into just everybody knows that MMUs just can be wasteful. It's nice to be able to swap out different filaments and get different colors going on. But as with the bamboo, we see a lot of poop.
Oh, yeah. It does a beautiful job, but it wastes. Oh my God, almost as much filament as you printed.
For me, color mixing, because the quad was able to actually mix, and it can produce very, depending on what filament's being used, it can produce very amazing mixing with minimal toothpasting. And so, there's not a lot of mixing heads out there right now. Zone Star's probably one of the other ones. Diamond 5-in-1 outs aren't really seen these days anymore, and M3D has sailed, long gone at this point.
And we got Vincent 1977 all out joining in. Hello, Vincent.
Hey, everybody.
Welcome.
Hey, Vince.
Hi.
So just again with wanting to get away from the waste, and I was very intrigued by pet pultrusion and being able to just use our waste, our soda bottles, as just PET 1, which is a standard material that a lot of manufacturers won't talk to us about. It's a very hard material to use and remake with actual extrusion methods. You can do it, but you do need to mix in glycol usually or another additive. So raw PET, which we get with just the pultrusion method, is really nice and robust, and again, you're getting it out of your recycling bin. So it's very, for some people, they think this is a joke. It's a waste of time and money and effort, but they're also getting 25 cents, not just for soda bottles, but any plastic.
Have you seen this one company in America? They're actually taking soda bottles, shredded up, also then put it in like a plywood, like similar, to press it into a plywood 4x8, I think it is. And then they use it for housing, but before they spray it with a special stuff what doesn't make it burn, or at least it will have to have a higher degree of temperature before it starts flaming up.
So at some point, we have a couple users in my group that are going beyond the 260 degrees that I suggest that we print with. They're actually going into like a 360, which to my knowledge, I didn't know beforehand that once you get up there, you're actually going and you're normally I'd want to avoid crystallization with PET, but they're actually going beyond, and I can't draw what word I'm looking for as far as what the term is called for that. But you're cooking, you're baking it at that point, and you're making.
Let me interrupt real quick. We got Rob Mink dropping in. Everybody, it's been a while since he's been here. Hello,
Hey
Rob.
guys,
Hey buddy,
how's it going?
Real
pretty
good.
good. How are you?
Doing well, thanks.
Go ahead, Josh.
So again, like he was mentioning, you get upwards beyond like 360, 420, and you're baking it at that point. So you're crystallizing it. You're bringing it into a whole other state that a lot of people aren't thinking about. But with PET, you need to do that. Once you're taking out the glycol, and that's a lot of the manufacturers. You're going to be sold PET G, and so you start talking to people. At Earth 2022. I was going around talking to a lot of manufacturers. Will you take my PET shreds? And everybody was just get away from me. We don't even want to deal with that right now because you have to have the additive. And I'm trying to give my shreds to people like, stick this in your, like who even know, like $50,000 machine. And they're looking at me like, we don't know where this came from. We're not gonna, so again, there's a lot of stuff that you got to think about as far as additives. And if you're doing this at home, trying to do it as clean as possible so you're not having the additives that we don't want, like our dust and our grime and all that stuff. So there are methods to it, but injection molding is kind of where we want to go with PET shreds rather than into extrusion with filament. It is, I think in my mind, it's viable, but just like from what everybody's told me, you do have to have an additive, and you do have to have a baking with the extrusion. So it's got to be slow, it's got to be a mix, and it's got to bake and mix. And so there's a whole process to it that a lot of home methods, unfortunately, we're just not going to be able to do it. And even some of the tabletop $5,000 methods, the companies are just like, yeah, sorry, PET shreds just don't work. So
All right.
injection molding is where we got to go, I think, with some of that. And I think just the injection molding is a whole other avenue that no one's really, it's tapped, but it's not tapped big. So
Scott, what have you been up to, buddy? What's going on?
Getting ready for Murph, and let's see. I don't know if you paid attention to what Sam Prentice came up with for the Death Racer, but
the shovel.
That's cool.
That's called the Killdozer.
Yeah,
that'll be good for everybody that gets flipped over.
I call it the kill shovel.
It's the Killdozer. So I've been adapting it to fit my design because the original design wouldn't work for my mainframe and stuff like that. So been working on that, and of course you got to have appropriate side plates. I don't know how well the camera's picking that up, but
yeah,
cool.
Getting the side plates made for it. Let's see.
Each of them gonna have their own unique name, or
what's that?
Each of the vehicles gonna have their own unique name, or
you can put whatever name you want on them. I just
cool.
I got Killdozer plate for one side, and the one with my YouTube channel is right there printing for the other side.
Cool.
And then I've been working on this for a little girl that visits my office about once a week, and she's really into space and
Nice.
all that. So I'm printing her a Starship. The rocket, the heavy booster and the base and everything's all done. So now the crew module is over there printing. So
nice.
Can it launch?
And let's see, just converted that over to Clipper and been playing around with it. Getting some True Core XY speeds out of it with stock Creality motors. So,
That's an Ender what?
it's an Ender 3 that's converted to a Core XY.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
How's that running?
Fantastic. Right now, it's the only one in existence. So,
Yeah, I love everybody that's doing Ender kit mods. It's just the best way to go, and they're just reducing in price the more that everything else comes out new.
well,
great.
the owner of the company that came up with that, he sent me a rendering of it. Want to know my thoughts on it? I thought, hey, there's a lot of Ender 3s out there.
It's turning into the $80. I mean, it's the cost of parts,
Yeah. When are you going to have another video on it, Scott?
Right.
I was getting ready to do a video today, so probably going to put a video out in the morning. So I was just doing some prints on it and stuff, and printing with a ABS that we're not allowed to talk about yet. But
change your name, Jack. Jack in the Shop Laser. Okay, if that's the same Jack in the shop.
Hey, Kate.
Hello, Kate. So, Rob Mink, how have you been? You've been. I don't know. You disappeared for a while. You been under the weather?
A little bit. Just trying to get everything back in order. It's hard to balance the amount of energy that you think you have with the amount of energy that you need or that you're planning for. It's kind of like a roller coaster.
Was it from the tick problem you had that's still causing the issues?
Yeah, I think at least either that or I'm just overworking trying to play catch up.
Oh.
But
I think it's both.
Yeah.
All right, Jack.
Yeah.
Hello, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
So it's a little bit of, hey, I have the energy, I can do everything now, and then I don't the next week, and I've overworked the previous week, so then I dig myself into a hole energy-wise, or the other way around where I try to lay back and just try to recover, and then I look at all the stuff piling up around me that I got to do.
Wow.
Yeah. But I'm getting things off my list one at a time. Oh, Matt, that's a beautiful lithophane.
Oh yeah, thank you. It's actually one of its kind because this one is printed vertically and flat at the same time. I got the buzzard now. Yeah, I'll show you.
Thank you for the bits. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
The turtles I'm working on.
And hey, Dan, it's good to see you too. I know you took a little time off too, I think. So,
Vincent, how you been, buddy? What's going on?
Very busy. I finally got my big order in for 1,000 units.
Nice.
So
did you fulfill it?
Been printing as I can be and fixing up a third machine. Picked it up for cheap. I had to do some stuff and it's missing a wire, so ordered that. Had a visit at the new place this Monday, and if everything goes well, because of a couple of holidays here, I'm gonna pick up the keys next week, and if everything goes well, I'm gonna move out of this place in the end of June.
Okay.
So I'm gonna move to a bigger place in another city.
Nice.
So yeah, basically working my butt off.
Good. Like, here, can you make me big for a second? Thank you. You can see the background, right? This is printed flat, but I printed the front piece vertically. So, and I had it all on the same printer. So I only had 16 layers of poop, 16 times poop, and everything else was printing normally. And I made a video about this of how to do it because the paper method gave me the idea. And right now I don't have a light. Actually, that's the picture what you see in the camera. And that the paper method is basically the idea what gave it to me, And I separate the top layer white from the STL files and got rid of it and created my own STL file with it. And yeah, and I stuck it in the back of it and it worked. I just have to get the colors right, the depthness of how dark it is and how light it's gonna be. But I think it might be a problem of what picture I'm using. because flat printing is way different than printing vertically.
Mm-hmm. Anything anybody want to talk about, feel free. If you have any links you want to share, throw in private chat and I can post them. It's not a problem.
I don't know. This is all new to me. I've never joined Twitch before.
Anybody that's going to Murph that is wanting to participate in the dragsters, got that pretty well sewed up with the sponsors and stuff. I did put out a video on that and some announcements on it. And
that's super fun, by the way. I wish I was a part of that. That just
I also
blew my mind.
Released the step files for the dragster too, so people could have their way with it.
Nice.
See, we'll get some interesting mods on it, I'm sure.
What motor do I need to get if I decide to build one?
I would go with a 550 35 turn. That seems to be the best for power versus speed for the distances that we run them. So,
okay. Well, I will approach you when the time comes.
Yeah,
if that's okay with you.
Oh yeah. So, still no word on whether or not they're going to have them at IRF. I have a feeling they're going to be at IRF. They just may not be allowed at IRF, so they may be drag racing in a hotel parking lot after hours or something. We'll see what happens because there's some concerns there with that.
Thank you very much for the bits.
So
appreciate it. Yeah, the incentive from Polymaker you were talking about, what was it, like $125 in credit is an awesome
150
deal. 150, that's an awesome deal.
Yep. If you show up with the dragster or a death racer and you've got the official Polymaker side plate on it, you stop by the Polymaker booth, they'll give you a gift card for $150 to use on Polymaker filament.
That's amazing. Yeah, it's good they're not doing it in advance. That way they're not out all that money. And then if you don't show, yeah.
That Rocky Mountain, they sponsored over 50 death racers and 26 dragsters, and there was less than half that showed up. So that's the reason for the people were just getting tickets and registering so they could get their free filament with no intention of ever coming to the event or racing or anything else. So they have to change it a little bit. I understand why. So
So this is the end product, Jerry.
Kindness. Nice.
So this is the end product.
Tell us what that is before I tell you what it looks like.
Hold on. Where's the other part? So basically, there's a hold on, because I don't got any light on today. Basically, you got a balloon on this side. It's going to be filled up with special smoke.
Okay.
Let me hold on. Turn on the light. My camera's all over the place. Let me check. Come on.
Thank you, Kate.
Yeah, that's better. And basically, this unit fits in here. And then you can, when you press it in, you can suck the air out of it, the smoke out of it.
Okay.
So that's basically how it works. And I've been printing, and I got an order for 1,000. And if everything goes well and he likes it so much, I have to make 3,000 a month.
Cool.
So started printing them already.
Nice. How many you can achieve in a day?
For now, let me count, maybe 30, because I only got two printers.
All right.
I'm working on the third one. I picked up one for cheap. The guy couldn't fix it and found out that one of the wires for the stepper motor didn't work correctly. He had a aftermarket cable on there and it wasn't working. So I checked out two motherboards. Both the motherboards were working and everything else. So found out that the wire was basically broken. So ordered a new one. I have to wait 2 weeks because I cannot get them here.
Yeah, I know. I have a whole bunch of spare wires what I keep from my other printers, or what I, broke down for spare parts.
Yeah.
I keep all those parts, even the wires. I mean, they work on other printers, so most of the time. And if it doesn't work because of the plug, I just change out the plug, and that is it.
I had the cheap wires, aftermarket one, and it didn't work. I tried them all, and I think the wires are crossed or something. Couldn't find it out, so I ordered the original ones. Only what I did, because this one has dual Z. It's an Ender 3 Pro, but he did a dual Z conversion and direct drive on it, so it needed a longer wire. So I ordered a CR10 wire. It's the same one. Wow, that's big.
Tom Lama Cyclone. He
did you paint it?
He redesigned. Yeah, it was orange and yellow, as you can see there. Cruciment orange and Ziltec yellow. I got it all glued together with a CA glue and an activator, and I had a little tiny sample of glue, a little tiny bottle I won on some stream a while back. I painted over all the seams of that little bottle, and then I painted it kind of a dark blue color, and then I bought a can of clear, triple thick clear Rust-Oleum, and I went over it in multiple layers. I haven't tried it yet, but eventually that'll get hooked up to a trash can, and it'll be hooked for my CNC. So rather than spending $100 and something buying one of these, I printed it. We'll just have to wait and see how well it seals, how airtight, watertight, basically. So we'll have to wait and see how it works out. But that's from Tom Lama over off of Printables, is where he posted it. So, hello, can you hear me? Anyway,
those are legit. I got a real one, and they will just keep your shop like perfect.
Yeah, I've got a Bauer, a real small one from Harbor Freight on a 5-gallon bucket. They work really good. It keeps your shop back clean. But since I bought that great big, well, you can't see it in my picture here. I bought a big dust collector from Harbor Freight, like $260. It's to the right of the picture. You can't see it. Then I got like that 2.5-inch hose there going to the little CNC, the Jimitsu Saint Smart 4040. And I'm carving out a little tray to put bits in out of MDF. And because I was lazy, I bought the file off Etsy for $3. And when I put I can only do 15.5 by 15.5 inches either direction, and the file size was bigger. So like a dummy, I grabbed the corner and I shrunk it to fit my wood. And then when I had to create all my tool paths for everything, and once I had the job running yesterday, I realized everything is too big, because when I drug it smaller, I shrunk everything. So I had to stop the job, redo it, and import each piece separately. And sometime during a stream, I got a 1/8-inch downcut bit on it right now. I'll have to go out there and put a 1/16 on it so I can drill a bunch of holes and different things. So I'm just monitoring it from a distance. So, you can't leave it unattended. So anyway, hello, Karen. Karen Martin. Hello.
So Vincent, it sounds like you need a belt printer to pop out those things.
Yeah, I was thinking about it basically, because this will be much better, I think. Can put a roll on there for 3 kilo spool and just let it roll out. But I don't know if the consistency will be there, because they are pretty picky. So I've seen a lot of things about that belt print. A friend of mine had one, had a lot of problems, and I don't know if it's a good machine for that.
What are we looking at, Josh?
Sorry. Again, this is all new to me, so I didn't mean to jump in.
That's fine. I didn't have to pull it up right away. I could have let it sit
Looks
there.
like Chinese artwork.
So this other gentleman was mentioning, his color lithophanes, and so this is kind of in the same bracket as that, except we're going very, very tiny. This is Hue Forge, right? Hue Forge by Horn and Road Art. So they're going to be at Earth 2023. And so this is going very fine details. You can see that it's bringing in like just multiple colors for color swaps, but it's going to be at your finest. And so at that logic, it should bleed through other colors. It's a very, very actually really nice technique. It's similar to the color lithophanes, but we're actually just getting really smaller. So it's
going opinion, up to 0.3 layer height, or
it's again, we're going fine. So it's the finest point that you can go, where it's going to be able to almost make it paper thin, so that it can bleed through and allow the other colors to transition amongst each other. So if you do it right, but it's thin. For me, I was like, oh wow, this is kind of I try to make it a little more robust for myself to have some thickness in it, but it lost the quality of what you want to actually get the technique So if you can manage paper thin quality with your printer, God bless you. But this would be awesome for artists who are trying to actually 3D print art with their 3D printer. That's not just color changes every other 0.2 millimeters, and so for me, I could try to get to at least a
I can go as low as 0.08. That's the lowest I can go.
Sure. And so that's again where this is going to be like, it's not even paper thin. It's just really beyond the paper thin at that point, where the colors are actually able to bleed, and not bleed into each other, but kind of faux pas bleed. So I'll remove this now if I can.
That would be an interesting method also for making models in the future.
That's how you're printing them?
Because if you
just came off the printer.
Okay. Yeah, with all the AI stuff coming on right now, here in the very near future, AI might tell us how to make bigger, better, faster printers and design programs and everything that we can't think that far ahead.
I refuse to work for an AI.
Yeah, you might not have a choice.
I know.
It's
Use the CMYK system, right?
Josh?
Say sorry again.
Use the CMYK system. The
so it's using a color. So I've been talking with the creator because I got the 4-in-1 mixing heads. So with that in mind, it could. I haven't tried it yet, but it could have a variety of different outcomes depending on how you're trying to do it. For him, he's doing full-on color swap. So
let me interrupt again, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the one and only, the real Sam Prentice.
Oh,
hey,
okay, we're out of here.
Yes. If you're going to let him in here, I got to go, Jerry.
Hey. He goes to neighborhood.
I only came on because I saw Scott on here, right?
I can't be in the same room with Sam. So
I got my new logo from Nick, Sam. It came out real good.
Oh, yeah, I saw that, dude. Yeah, I saw that. And Killdozer, I love that. I absolutely love it. There's we've got a new mod coming out on Monday, I believe. So that's going to be very amusing.
The problem with the new mod is I use the vertical boom, and that new mod is for the horizontal boom.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I can't use it.
Yeah. What can I say? Well, it's going to be for some, but not for all, perhaps.
I feel excluded.
I know you've got yourself 3D scans somewhere. When are you going to print a life-size real Sam Prentice to put next to your droids, and you have somebody paint it for you so it looks, spot on?
God, does really anybody actually want that? Grant from 3D Musketeers did a 3D scan of me at Earth last year, and we haven't done anything with it since. Actually, I haven't actually received the STL yet, but he said that he finished it, but I haven't. I don't know. Is that something that somebody wants? I know James Bruton holds the.
It'd be cool for your channel. You could even do a whole video of him standing there as you do a voiceover and him not moving.
Yeah.
Are there going to be any Easter eggs?
I think it'd be a very creepy kind of Simpson style kind of face to him, I don't know, but I know James Bruton did a full size 3D print of himself, and I think he scaled it by 3 times or something ridiculous. He's in the Guinness World Record for it. So who knows? It's it's all good fun. Yeah, good point though, Scott, on that one. But yeah, we'll come back to that. Yeah, I mean that is just freaky, isn't it? Have you ever
based off of a couple of photos I sent a designer in Germany that I know?
Yeah, have you put that in your bed or anything when you?
No.
Yeah. I don't know, dude. It's I don't know. That whole thing is just a bit creepy. I'm not sure.
Hey, Betty Boop.
We'll wait and see.
Yeah, my wife wanted to be in my intro, so I found a picture when we went to Hawaii, as you guys seen, and I threw her in our intro. Then I took the one of the dogs and I made it smaller on the same page.
Smashing.
Yeah, I've got my CNC up there running in the garage. I can't leave it unattended, so I have to monitor it while I'm in here.
So Sam, are you building any more R2D2s?
Kind of, yeah. I've got another dome, and I've got a whole. Who is that? I love your new desk. Oh, okay, cool. In fact, weirdly enough, I've actually got a new video coming out about the setup here, and Flexi Sports sent me a new sit-stand desk, and it is phenomenal. You can't really see it. It's just here. It's just this whole thing here. But yeah, it goes up and down and stuff. So it's kind of like a.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh
it's
my
cool.
God, he's printing.
I know. It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, it's really cool. Really, really cool desk, guys. So, yeah, very, very, very good. Very good stuff. But yeah, in short, I am doing another R2D2 eventually. I'm not too sure when. There's a ton of other stuff to do before that. So, we'll have to wait and see. What happens. But yeah, how are you guys?
Doing good.
Doing well. Much better. I hope.
Good. That's
Well,
good.
if you ever get
That
too
is
much
good.
stuff to review and too much going on, this is supposed to be a fun hobby, not like work. So just kind of slow down a little bit and enjoy it. Because a lot of people get burned out and walk away from it because they get overwhelmed by too much going on.
Yeah, I totally get that. And I had a really big uptake on subs over the last 14 days. Mainly down to a certain Creality K1 printer, I think. But it's whatever's going on with that algorithm right now, it's going bananas right
You
now.
You put anything up right now with Creality in the name, and the algorithm just hammers it.
Yeah, it's bizarre, and it's a shame. And there's a really interesting theory that I've got is that I don't think Creality are going to send me another K1 printer for a couple of months, and I think they're going to stall it so that essentially content becomes the content basically is irrelevant at that point. Am I going to Earth? Of course, I'm going to Earth.
Got room for one more on screen, Matt, if you want to pop in.
Can you hide me in your suitcase?
Well, you want to go to Earth?
Yeah.
Well,
that'd be fun, Matt.
Are you allowed out of the country though?
Of course, with supervision,
really?
of course.
Wow.
Well, yeah,
Did you end up getting a replacement nozzle, Sam?
It's not the nozzle; it's the whole hot end that's basically cracked. It's weird though because they said it was ceramic, but I saw nothing ceramic about that brass setup that they sent to me. So I think they're going to drag their heels. I don't think they're going to send me anything quickly. I think it's going to be several months, and they've asked me to take videos down. The whole thing's a real show of manufacturers squirming. I've had people reaching out to me, asking me all kinds of questions, we'll have to wait and see what happens. But for the minute, it's, I was at 10K on subs, and I think I'm just slightly over 13K now. So things are going well on that front, which is brilliant.
It is rough, though, from a manufacturer's point.
Oh God, yeah. But what I will say is, they said to me, I'll be honest with you. This is what they said. They said, hey, we think that you prefer other manufacturers to us. And I said, well, it's not really about that. It's about what works. So if I have a product that works really, really well, and I want to replicate that or buy more of those things, then of course I will do that. And if I have a really good experience from a certain company, or they back me, and the product is very, very good, then of course I'm going to have a different perspective. That's why there's, manufacturer bias across all industries. That's probably why you buy the same type of car or same manufacturer of a car for years and years and years. Volkswagen is a famous one for me. I've probably had about 12 Volkswagens over the years. So, you always tend to go for the things that and that are reliable and fit in with your lifestyle. So iPhones, all that kind of stuff is relevant to that. So when you have a manufacturer that's come out with a flagship, and that's the key here, flagship 3D printer, the first 100 that they send out to reviewers or influencers or whatever you want to call these people, they have to be the very best. And I completely stand by that. And things breaking on them and falling apart and then not being tested and all the rest of it is unfortunately a detriment to that manufacturer.
So at that point, though, like from what I've heard, you got a 10 to 15% variable, and the only people I know who are 100% testing is Prusa. They give you the receipt that shows you, hey, like literally all your parts have been tested. But if you've got 100 test units and I don't know, you've spent umpteenth amounts of thousands of dollars to push those 10 units into testers' hands, it's rough when you've got that, that one lemon that makes it to that one person that has such an influence where you could be such a detrimental,
100%. Take Uncle Jesse with the Kickstarter campaign.
Oh, sure. I mean, he's a prime example of like literally getting the end of the stick on a lot of that stuff. So
totally, yeah. And Uncle Jesse sent probably more printers back than I've probably ever had into review. So it is what it is. But I'm not the only one, and people are. And what I'm finding is more and more people that are getting K1s are messaging me saying, well, what's happened, and have Creality come back to you, because I've just had the same thing happen to me, or it's blocking, or this is happening, or that's happening. And there's obviously a problem there. And that's the point with beta testing, is that if you're doing it in the lab, okay, generally you're probably going to get to a point where the atmospherics, everything inside of that lab is going to work for you. But when you get it out into people's hands and the consumers' hands, and that's another important thing, is consumables and the consumers as a whole. That's a whole different ballgame, because you're going to have people doing stuff that perhaps Creality aren't doing in their lab. They're not loading it.
I'm thinking one way, and my user base gets it, and they're thinking the other way. I'm like, oh, I never really thought that way.
Well, when a company designs something from scratch and they're in a hurry to get it to market, how long do we really think they really test it? A couple weeks constantly before they push it out? I mean, I wonder how long they really test it, because they're in a hurry to make money on it. So, but they have to test it somewhat.
But here's the thing: it's the level of that manufacturer. So if don't get me wrong, I don't hate Creality, and if it had been Soval, for instance, and weirdly enough, the last couple of printers that I've had in, other than the Anycubic, have been not great. So the Soval Plus, that had like a major issue with the leaky hot end. The heat block, had filament coming all out of it and stuff. And people were saying, well, that's 3D printing 101. And I go, well, it's not, because any other printer that I've had over 2 or 3 days worth of testing does not do that. So you shouldn't be. I don't think at that point you should be into doing things up and tightening things up after using it for 2 or 3 days. All right, I get that there's going to be a tolerance there, and I reported it back to Creality. I said, look, I'm not a beta tester. This feels like that's a beta test model. And they're like, no, it's our production model, and that's what they told me. And as Matt knows. Kuna Mods knows, I am working with Creality on other projects as well, and so is he. So it's not like I don't want to throw them under the bus, but the product just isn't great. So
at this point, Creality's got such a flood on the market, though, that like any printer that comes out, you're constantly going to be a beta tester, because the next rendition is going to be 6 months away.
Yeah, but then here's the problem. Then, if you're manufacturing, you're sending out production models to people that have got any kind of influence. It doesn't matter who it is. If they've got 50,000 or 500,000 followers on YouTube, it doesn't matter. If there's one unit out there that's not good, people are going to report on that. And it doesn't matter if it's me or if it was somebody else. But it's the bottom line. People are asking my opinion, and this is really key. If you're watching one of my videos and you're thinking, well, do I want to buy one of these things? And I'm saying, yes, it's good. I don't want you then going, well, actually, I've just bought one of these and it's rubbish. And then telling me that it's rubbish. And then tons of people telling me. So I've got to just go off of what's put in front of me. And sometimes, and it won't be the first time, sometimes I get a lemon. That's just the way it is. So, and I always go back to the manufacturer before I publish the video and say, these are the problems I'm having. What are we going to do about it? And generally they're like, nothing. So, okay, I'll press publish then.
Yeah, whenever I buy a printer or I want to review a printer, I watch multiple people on YouTube to see what they're saying about it, what it looks like, the specs, and it helps me to determine what I want to do rather than just reading, the description on the website. I'll watch people unbox it and look at it, and I get an opinion on it. That way I can determine, because I only want to review things that I can actually use. I don't want to review it just to review it and then it sits in the corner and I move on to the next one, because I'm retired, but my days go by faster being retired than somebody that's got a full-time job. At least it seems that way to me. And I try to review things that I actually want to use day to day.
Yeah, and I'm, you know, it's a weird conundrum actually, and it's interesting what you said there, Jerry, because I've probably said no to maybe 12 products this week, and then I said yes to one, because I've got a relationship with that manufacturer, and I was like, yeah, go on then, because actually the last one they sent me was bad, so I'm hoping that the new one that they're putting out will be better than the last. So, you know, and again, it's a bit of a bum fight for positioning right now. And as like you say, Josh, you know, Prusa, you get what you pay for. You do, and I've owned Prusias, and they have been phenomenal and never let me down. Or if they have let me down, it's been an easy fix. Massive community out there, and they've done very well for themselves. So that's great. But again, you know, when a manufacturer is trying to cut it for the very first time, Bamboo Lab is a good example of that. Bamboo Lab came onto the market. They've changed the way.
Can you mute Rob? Jerry?
He's not that loud.
Oh, okay. Well, I can hear him very well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was muted. I apologize.
Well, is he taking a leak or something?
Yeah, Vincent's got headphones on. He didn't say anything about the noise bothering him.
No, but I don't mind because I'm deaf on one side. So.
Okay.
Yeah, see, he's deaf. I have two perfect hearing.
What?
Sorry, I was just trying to get my Voron printing, but no, I'll mute it here through the software instead of through my headphones. My apologies.
Thank you, Rob. No problem, mate.
Yeah,
Josh, where are you located?
I mean, it's rough though, because at the end of the day, it depends on the user that's getting these machines. It also depends on how they bought it. I mean, Amazon has gotten Americans really spoiled, and during the pandemic too, even more so. And so at the end of the day too, if it'd be like if I got in the car from some buddy on a car lot, I'm like, hey, thanks for the car, and they're like, they don't ask me if I went to driver's school or if I've got my license. I just get in the car and go crash the car, drive it back to them, and expect a full exchange. And so, you know, was that a lemon? It might have been, but was that also the user that was unexperienced and uneducated? So we've had a decade now with a lot of people since the pandemic getting into 3D printing, and now you've got a lot of uneducated people that don't really know this or that from endless sea of clones at this point. And now we've got a whole new stream. I know I've had to step back from the scene because
and to get more people in the market, you got to have printers that just work out of the box. They got to tinker with them. They're going to send them back. They don't want to deal with it. They want it to just work. And, you know, like Bamboo, for instance, or some companies that they just work. Sure, there's occasional problems, but they just work. And if you have to tinker right out of the box, or you get it for your 13 or 14-year-old son or daughter, and you don't know much about
don't buy a Creality Ender machine then.
Yeah.
No.
You know, Ender,
don't
right
get
now,
me wrong. I've got 3 machines running. If you know how to fix it, it's easy. The parts are cheap, but you know what you buy for that.
I mean,
right now, Enders are really good to mod. You watch Edge of 3D's channel, Scott. He has had a lot of Enders. He's made belt printers out of and some really cool projects with. So if you buy a brand new Ender, watch Edge of 3D Scott, and he'll give you some good advice on what to do with that Ender. But yeah,
at some level, the product is only as good as the support and documentation that comes with it.
Well, I've got a whole pallet of Ender 3s out in the shop if anybody needs Ender 3s.
You know, again, not to toot Prusia's horn, but I built my Prusia, and then the fact that it auto calibrated itself after the fact, I was like, oh shit, this actually like making sure I built it correctly before it will allow me to print. And
you think a Prusia machine is worth the money? Because if I buy one here, the older model, the MK3?
Yeah.
It's gonna cost me almost €1,000 to get it here.
So this is where I think they need to start taking out support, because at the end of the day, when I look at the Prusia price point, I'm paying for support that I could potentially get into. And again, I mentioned that receipt. I've paid them to make sure that each one of my parts on my unit has been tested. Who else is doing that?
Yeah, nobody.
And so
I never seen it like that.
And so again, if you take like again your time too, so like I built my unit, but if you're getting it out of the box, that's $200 that Prusia's paying somebody to build your unit. And then outside of that, now you've got at least another $100 to $200 of support built in. Your printer's only worth $400 to $500 in parts.
But the reliability is it worth the money? Because if my business is gonna keep on going like this, I have to expand, and I'm not gonna run on Creality machines like Ender 3s because
I mean,
it needs to be consistently, and my machines will break down.
My Prusa is a beast. I had a year and a half on it, and it finally kicked the bed. And it was just, I just needed to change out the nozzle and give it a good cleaning and put it back to work. So.
Yeah, here's my new logo that Nick designed for me. He is a great designer over in the UK. He's done stuff for Tripod, Sam Prentice, many people. And originally, when he sent me the render, he had the white goatee really big on the face. I kind of look like a clown. And sure, I clown around a lot, but I had him trim that down and put work boots on it. And then somebody on Twitter made a comment, "Oh, why is the hand in the pocket? Why is it so low? What are you doing?" Kind of wisecrack. You know, I'm playing pocket pool. What do you think I'm doing? But anyway, yeah, he's done an awesome job on it.
Looks good. It's nice and colorful.
Nick does a hell of a lot for me and for my business, not for YouTube as well, but he does that as well. But he's also doing all the renders and stuff for the Death Racers as well. So really good, reliable guy. Very busy, as you can imagine, but he's top notch, absolutely top notch.
Originally I gave him some pictures and some ideas and told him a little bit about myself, and I kind of gave him an idea. I said, well, how about some 3D HP letters really big? I'm standing up behind it, leaning on top of it or something like that. And then he wound up putting me in front of it. But yeah, it looks great. It came out excellent. Very happy with it.
So
now, I don't know if I'm going to replace my little logo with it, but I might replace some of my stuff with it. And because I got that big banner up there, I'm going to talk to Tim from DeWitt 3D and see what he might be able to do with my new logo if I send him the file. If he could make me something that's like 3 foot by 3 foot, like a banner that might hang off of a table, and then I could have a roll-up banner of my new logo, something like that. I'm not sure yet. Hello, 3D Medic Vince. But yeah, it looks awesome.
So does anybody know when the new non-planar / belt E3D Revo nozzle's coming out?
What, the rapid one?
No, not the high flow. The it's
nipple,
been nicknamed the nipple nozzle.
Nipple nozzle.
Yeah.
The nipple nozzle.
Let's start using words like that so we get the bots in here. The nipple nozzle.
What's the name of that place that sells enders really cheap? That place like Fry's? It's all over the country.
Micro Center.
Kate, if you have a Micro Center near you, I think they're like $100 for an Ender 3.
Yeah, but she's looking for she's never had a printer and she's looking for a bamboo, and she was talking about a P1P, and that'd be an awesome printer for somebody that's never had one. But it comes with a price too. So
credit card. Hate to say it, but you need something bad enough. If you're gonna make a payment on a credit card, just check out another
wants
credit
and
card.
needs. I think it's a want.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing with the bamboo, and this is kind of interesting now. A year on since the X1 Carbon came out. And then on the website recently, they've just put how to replace the carbon rods, and there's a whole section that basically you can replace. So it's an interesting way. I mean, there's going to be a whole raft of people that's going to come into this hobby that's not going to know the hardship of leveling a bed.
Does the bamboo auto calibrate? Like, do you have to do anything for the bed, or does it just print?
It just does everything automatically.
I mean, that's where we need to be at this point. Like, if people don't need and don't understand any of that, and then half of the returns that I've seen are destroyed beds where the nozzles are just destroyed. Then they're like, "Oh, wow, I couldn't get filament out of my head." Like, it's because you destroyed your nozzle on your bed. Like,
yeah.
I think you need to at least be educated in what happened before and where perhaps it was and where you're going now. And then at least that way you can kind of look back and work backwards. I think that's probably quite a good thing to sort of be mindful of. And of course, Bamboo Lab, closed source, there's a lot of people out there that want everything to be open, and that's the way it should be. And they're interfering with various bits and pieces and legal
it only
challenges.
concerns me because they're a fresh company, and I've only seen fresh companies that are closed kick the bucket, and then we're left with a community of 1,000 people or 2,000 people, hopefully a little less, that now have a machine where we're just kind of like, well, we don't have anybody to hold our hands, and if we're not,
they also. Well, to answer that, they also said that if that ever did happen, they would release the source codes and just open everything up. So
anybody can say anything about that.
I love the ecosystem. I love the way that it works. So, like
I'm impressed with the bamboo. I mean,
I don't have a
very easy
bamboo,
to
but
use.
when somebody asks me that doesn't have a 3D printer, even standing in my booth when I've got printers by other manufacturers, if somebody's standing there talking to me and they're talking about their very first printer, bamboo P1P, and I don't even have one.
The X1 Carbon will cost almost 1,700 euros here. So is it worth the money to buy something like that, especially if I'm gonna expand with this stuff that I'm starting to doing now? I'm looking into buying a better machine and faster.
My X1 Carbon, 99.9% of the time it prints perfect. The other, minute little percentage there, it has issues, but that's almost perfect.
Now, you got the CNC going, so you're used to loud things, I'm sure, but...
Well, I work construction my whole life. My ears ring a little bit, and I'm used to skill saws and loud noises.
I got Misphonia, and so, like, I have to have semi-quiet machines, and so, like, I hear about the bamboos being, like...
They're not that loud. At least in my opinion, they're not that loud. I can hear them from the next room, the living room, but then it's open. There's a thing up over the top of the pot shelves, and it's open to the next room. I can hear it. And sometimes you want to hear your machines running, so they're working. They're not broke down. But is it annoying? No, not at all. It's not that loud.
Yeah, man, I hate it when my machine runs at night.
I'm married, so my printers aren't annoying at all.
You've got what, 30, 40 bamboos?
Try to let 3 enders run with the 8-bit boards in them and all night long. You will get crazy.
Now, my shot back on the CNC, if I hook up my shot back, it screams like a skill saw. It's not as loud as a skill saw, but it screams. And you can't run a shot back for hours on end because you'll burn it up, it'll overheat. So I bought that big one, Cyclone the big dust collector from Harbor Freight, and it hums. It's got a big 2-horse motor with a big impeller, and it hums loud, but it's not annoying. It doesn't bother your ears.
Well, I've been in a stream with somebody that's had a P1P Carbon about, I don't know, maybe 3-4 feet away from the guy, and we had to mute him because nobody could hear anything that was going on.
Huh.
That was, Zach. I don't know if you guys know Zach.
The P1P is open side. It'll be louder than the X1 Carbon, where X1 Carbon's enclosed and it muffles a lot of the sound.
Was it the startup or was it the actual running of the printer?
It was the actual running of the printer.
Huh.
Yeah, sure.
And again,
so what you'll find, of course, what you'll find with that though is it's going to be down to the atmospherics of the room. So if you've got a room that's going to be, I've got a load of acoustic paneling sort of all around me here. Everything's kind of closed in now. So if I was to run a printer behind me, what I'm finding is the sound comes into here and it kind of gets locked in. So you'll probably hear more depending on what the atmospherics are like in the room.
Absolutely. And Zach is a guy that would run his printer at ludicrously times too, so.
Got to be done. It's got to be done.
Is his CNC finish?
Oh, I'm looking. No, it's still going.
It's still moving, yeah.
It'll come to the front left corner when it's done, then I got to go replace a bit in it. Hey, Zombie, how you doing, buddy?
Who's Zombie? I don't know Zombie.
Here's a link. We can have one more person on screen. I can have 9. If anybody wants to drop in, here's a link.
I wouldn't follow Zombie.
So I printed another couple of them. It's getting longer. I have to paint this. Should I forget the other paint?
So when are you gonna supply the Dutch?
No. This is gonna be for a couple of pictures that we're making for air rifles. So I've got a couple of them sitting in the back here, but I cannot show it here. I think you're gonna be in trouble if I show it.
Okay.
I don't know if it's allowed.
Josh, where are you located at?
For me, I'm in Holyoke, Mass.
Where?
Holyoke, Mass. It's at
Maine.
Little bumpkin. So it's near Boston.
All right.
about like an hour shot. So my micro center's in Boston, and I hate going up there. So it's kind of like a tease to have one, but it's probably best because I'd just be coming back with all their Ender sales. And
They have really good sales from what I've seen online.
into recreators.
Vegas, they used to have a prize, but it was clear across town. But I wish they had a micro center here. But I'm lazy. I ordered a can of spray paint off Amazon the other day instead of driving to Lowe's 2 miles away. My wife's like, why don't you drive down there and buy it? Well, if I did, I'd probably buy something else. So I used to order it on Amazon because it was convenient.
My Lowe's is an hour and 10 minutes.
It's changed everything, just how we are. We've got a distribution center in our hometown, and it's crazy.
I'm literally 1 mile from our Amazon distribution center, so depending on the time of day, sometimes. Well, I ordered a roll of filament earlier, but I screwed up and didn't put in my home address. I put in my office address, and then I got a phone call from a Seattle phone number I didn't recognize, so I let it go to voicemail. And it was the Amazon delivery people, and they were over at my office trying to deliver it. Nobody was there, and I had literally ordered it 2 hours ago.
I mean, so you talked about, just your printer parts, and those are being at 10 to 15%. You go on any sales revenue, they'll be like, oh yeah, we compensate for 10, 15% loss, just loss. So like, well, what's loss? Loss is damaged goods, loss is theft. And so just like Amazon, they've got a 10 to 15% bracket of loss, theft, and returns. And there's so many printers. I've gotten return printers where I'm like, oh great, this is a totally different branded printer. Somebody just put it back in the box and sent it back. So it's got a whole market on its own.
It's a nice print there, Ed, Scott.
Oh, nice. Nice glass finish.
Did you just call him Ed?
I start calling Edge of 3D instead of Scott. So
I'm not Edge of Tech. He has more hair than I do.
Yeah.
I'm just better looking.
Yeah.
I misread it twice is what happened. So does anybody else, this is the first Revo novel I've done this for, but it is very bent.
Oh, wow.
I'm retiring this one, of course.
You can get another year.
Is that a faulty nipple?
No. This is just a standard 0.4.
Some girls like that, Rob.
Nobody knows, Kate, how long they're going to last. Hopefully a long time.
It's pretty bent, dude.
Yeah. I don't know. A couple failed prints on my Voron. The bed
I'm
was not
testing
reading.
it right now, Kate.
Yeah, Kate was asked. Sam's on a different screen. Kate was asking how long you think a P1P would last, but it's kind of hard to tell.
So that's the next step, right? So now everybody's making their printer go burr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Kuma mods. Matt popping in. Hey, Matt.
What's that?
I'll go
Hey,
there.
Resin God.
Are we going to end up having a bunch of more bent nozzles because we're trying to just go faster than what they're able to do?
For mine, it was just that the bed was not reading
60
correct,
3D,
so I didn't have
hello.
it up to 10.
Griffin's Closet. Ladies and gentlemen, Zombie Hedgehog. Hey, Zombie.
No audio.
Silence, the way we like it.
What's going on? Now we got a full house. I got the CNC up there in one of the windows.
Look at that. Look how busy you are, Jerry. You're
I'm
finally
ready to throw the FL.
Some weeks I'm busy, some weeks I'm slow.
Why you got problems with the FL Sun map?
Yeah.
What's the issue? Because a friend of mine got 2 of them and running flawlessly.
Yeah. So
mine's good.
They were running good, but the prints are just not printing. They're doing sporadic movements now. When I try to auto level, it restarts the firmware. The USB drive decides whether or not it wants to recognize the USB drive, because I don't do anything wirelessly because I'm always afraid of corrupted files. So right now I'm trying to re-level it. I like shut it off for a day and see if maybe it'll work. And it looks like it actually worked this time. So we'll see if I can get it working again.
Matt, you need to box up your wife's corner and you can set up more tables and not have all your resin printers stacked on top of each other.
Yeah. So the microwave essentially I got one more day of testing with that, and then I gotta send it to 3D Resin Solutions, which is local to me. They're gonna start developing resin for it, so I'm loaning them my machine for the time being. But I was supposed to get the Bamboo Labs today, but I wasn't here, and I didn't realize that they needed a signature. So of course,
oh, you're so done, man. That UPS are going to kick that thing around. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
Well,
So
at least it's not USPS. Then
Yeah.
they'd lose it.
Hey,
So
Jerry,
I-
I found.
There you go.
that's if they even have it, because no idea. My UPS.
Well, I was going to tell Akuma Mods, I found the cure for the problem with other people invading your space. Get divorced, give her the little house, build a much bigger house, and keep it all to yourself.
Yeah.
Sounds good
And
enough.
I can have printers anywhere I want in the house, and I don't have to ask anybody's permission.
It's very
Hey,
true.
Matt, did you see my nebula that I printed 4 times in my video?
I did not know.
Okay, I printed nebula from Wicked. Let's see.
Oh
300
yes. I'm thinking like Nebula. Like, are you talking
Yeah.
about Nebula Protopasta or Nebula resin?
Well,
but yes,
The GK2 took 12, almost 13 hours, even though it failed and I had trouble. Took about 13 hours. When I went to the Peel Poly Forge, it took 32 hours. I'm thinking that's just crazy. It's the same size, same model. Sure, it's got a bigger build volume, but come on, that many more hours is just nuts.
that's a lot.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was 32, but it's like 10 hours more than the GK2. And then the
That's-
reason it failed on the green resin is because I had a hole in the FEP, and after her chest and back disappeared, I took out the vat. There was resin everywhere. So I managed to clean it all up. There's a thin layer, but I took a double-edged razor blade, and I got most of it off. But when I done the base to it on the same printer, part of it had a big slice in it. But anyway. It was that jam heat resin I was having trouble with. That's why I went with Sunlu. Because, like I said in the video, 99% of the time, I can just take resin, dump it, and print without having to figure out how to tweak it and what to do to it.
Yeah. Speaking of Jam Heat, I actually sat down and talked with them. I was at Rapid TCT about 2 weeks ago, and they were kind enough to send me their new bottle. I don't even think this is out on the market yet, but they had it sitting there, and they were like, "Here, you can have this." I thought it was a prop.
Was Roy one of the people you spoke with?
No, it was one of the ladies. I
Okay.
actually didn't catch her name, but I think he was there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they said they wanted to show one of my videos on display at their booth at that show, but I don't know if they ever did.
Yeah,
They
they
said they-
didn't really have much, but just showing actual product. They didn't have any visual.
And they
references.
were supposed to come out with a PDF file on recommended settings for printers on their different resins. And he said that over a month ago, and I messaged him, I emailed him if they've ever done it, and I haven't heard back yet, because if you got to make a lot of drastic settings, people need to know that out of the gate so they're not wasting their time having failure after failure.
Yeah.
And then I kind of Lychee, started having trouble with Lychee, so I kind of backed away from Lychee.
Yeah, I've heard a handful of people having some issues with that, and I don't know if that's just they're focusing more on their filament or FDM side of the slicer, and not so much on the resin anymore, or what's going on with that?
Blair Slicer and Lychee are putting gyroid infill in my model when I hollowed it, which makes it almost solid, where Cheetah Box will give you stick supports like you want. You know what I'm saying? A little bracing.
Yep.
And I don't know why I couldn't figure out how to in Lychee or Blair Slicer how to get away from that. Because the minute I hollowed, and it would give me a grid support. And I was trying to figure out how to, I mean, it's, you know, might as well leave it solid if I want to put gyroid infill in it.
Right, exactly.
So,
and you have more of a chance of failure if you're using an infill type style. So,
and then
Okay,
some
guys,
people
I'm
say
out of here for tonight.
All right, Vincent, you have a great day. Thank you for stopping
Yeah.
by.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
be-
Vince,
have a great day. Thank you, sir.
don't let the bed bugs bite.
No.
Question for you guys. I played around with a cheap return Creality resin printer, and it was okay. I never really dialed it in, but I was thinking about getting back into, resin printing because, as you see, I'm mostly filament, but I think resin is pretty dang amazing. Do you feel like most entry-level resin printers are on the same level, like they all kind of just work the same, or are there any major differences between the entry-level options?
I think so, but Matt, you have more resin printers than I do. You can take this.
so in my opinion, there are little variances between each and every printer. But for the most part, it's going to boil down to the actual resin.
Okay.
That's the major difference between resin printing and FDM. Where like FDM, you have more stuff that you have to mess with the bigger the machine. Whereas resin printer, it's just more or less the resin settings that you have to dial in and maybe the supports.
What might
that's
you
a better
want to
question.
print, Zombie? What might you want to print? What kind of stuff?
Oh, I mean, a lot of my friends and people I see, yeah, they make models that are just.
Okay.
It would pain me to use with
A
FDM. I don't
mid-sized
like
resin
supports.
printer. Never buy a small resin printer because then you're going to want to replace it. You'll wish you would have went bigger. So
Yeah,
definitely go a mid-sized resin.
I'm looking at my resin printer. It's like this fill volume.
Like an
I'm like,
original Elegoo. Yeah.
Yep.
Yikes. So that's a better question. What entry level resin would you recommend? Kind of that just works. Is there
You
anything?
mean resin?
Resin.
Elegoo.
Yeah.
That's good.
There's a lot of great resins out there. Sunlu is really cheap right now on Amazon. It prints great. They're great resin. There's a lot of great resins.
Yeah.
I'll have to go through some of my videos, but there's a lot
I
of
prefer
resins out
two
there.
companies in resin. Elegoo. No, sorry, three companies. Elegoo.
Anycubic.
Anycubic, of course.
Soriatech.
Yes.
But if you're thinking
No,
about
not
price,
Soriatech,
right around $20, and you can get a big bottle, 1,000 grams. I'd say Sunlu is the hottest thing going right now.
Absolutely. Yeah. The best bang for your buck right now would be Sunlu. My personal favorite for starting resins is eSun. They're bio resins. That's probably like it's the cleanest resin. It just always seems to print for me, no matter what. But that just might be my
And
personal
I'd say don't ever buy water washable. It's crap. You'll have too many problems with your models. Just buy regular resin. You got to clean an IPA. And then if you haul out your model, which you will because it'll save a ton of money, be sure you completely dry out the inside. I use an air compressor in my garage. Some people use an airbrush gun, but completely dry out the inside of your model and rinse it multiple times to get all the excess resin before you cure it. So.
Yeah, that'd be fun to get that. I mean, I like printing Eiffel Towers, like FTM printed Eiffel Towers, but I've actually printed.
The railing are really hard to do in FDM because the railing
I have a couple of resin. Some of them are slightly failed, but it's just incredible.
The
The
bamboo
difference in
and some
detail.
printers can almost do resin quality on some things, but it depends what it is. But a resin printer is, if you do a resin print with a big base, you might want to print the base in FDM and do the resin model out of resin because a base is a base is a base usually.
Yeah, like look at that. Look at that mask. That's incredible.
Oh, let me switch cameras here. Hold your breath there for a minute. I'm switching. There we go.
Oh, that's sexy.
Mortal Kombat.
Clean and.
Do you wear that to bed?
Hey, Chris Travis.
Absolutely. But you can do like cool things like this.
Yeah. Of course, I don't think I'm ever. Well, can't say never, but I'm not aiming at getting a big printer like that. But just some stuff would be nice to do in resin.
Anycubic has some
medium-sized
good,
printer should be
reliable printers, I think. Decent and not too expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a cool thing.
If you want more of
Patreon.
There you go.
That's resin printed? Holy shit.
Yep. He's all hollowed. He was printed in 2 pieces. He's stuck to the base right now, but check out the detail on the base.
So how's everybody set up as far as I personally hate resin. I only do resin if I'm making money because ultimately I'm not in a good setup and for cleaning like post. And so like you talk about resin and it's like you have to have post cleanup, pre-cleanup, just all this stuff that's just in between where Matt, we saw you get splashed in the face with your residue, and so there's just all this stuff that Uncle Jesse's got videos.
He's been known to be.
Matt wasn't working off of a table and had it on the floor, and that he should have been had it on the table. If he had everything set up right, that wouldn't have happened.
That you got to consider. Maybe your spouse doesn't like the smell. You don't know the smell because you just don't smell it anymore.
I think it's more about that. It's toxic. Resin is toxic. Let's get those emotes in chat.
So now you're cleaning up toxic stuff in your sink.
Yeah.
Or it's like, okay, I used to do film development, and one of the things that we weren't supposed to do was put that stuff down the drain. And so now we're just putting resins down the drain. Does anybody
You're supposed to
consider
leave
that?
it out in the sun, cure it. Once it's completely cured, then dispose of it. You're not supposed to dump it down the drain.
You're not supposed to, but does that mean that people are? Oh, this is water soluble.
Yeah.
Or,
Well,
Well,
people definitely are, and that's not
well-
good at all.
Well, I know, but look at it
It's
this
terrible.
way: you clean your toilet with acid and bleach and everything else. So there's my gripe about you shouldn't put anything down the drain. Well, you clean your toilet with acid, so you know.
I think it's a different chemical that the waste treatment facilities are
Now,
they're able to process. That's my understanding.
if you
But
choose
still.
to dump it down the drain or do something that you shouldn't do, it's just don't talk about it. Keep it to yourself.
But what?
So,
I'll come for you.
I've
Yeah.
got
I mean, it all gets
septic.
filtered at the end of the day, right?
just like in my videos, when I preach wear your gloves and glasses at all times, most of the time when I'm saying that, I don't have my glasses on, but you can't see my face, but I got my gloves on. And have I touched resin without gloves? Yes, you shouldn't, because you might develop an allergic reaction or
Well,
something may happen.
It's the people
But
who are just allergic to begin with. It's like your peanut allergy, you know.
When I
And
first
you
got
gotta
into
be
resin
1%.
printing, before I ever bought a resin printer, I thought resin was like acid, like, oh my God, my fingers are going to fall off. And no, it's not like that, but it's best to wear your gloves.
I have to be super careful because I'm on. I don't. Nothing goes down the drain for me because I'm on septic, but I also have my bird,
Yeah.
and so
Yes.
I don't print ABS. I don't print nylon. I don't do most resins.
Oh, this is where we get into people's just just like your personality or just the different flavors. We all are.
Sorry,
different.
where is the bird? I want to see the bird.
He's
You know the word
he was
about
being
the bird?
loud earlier. He's over there behind the.
Being quiet right
Let me
now.
change my
What-
camera angle. So
What is he? What have you got?
He's an African gray.
Amazing.
Sorry, oh my gosh, my office is such a mess right now. But he's an African gray. You can see him right there.
Everybody's.
Hey, Birdie. But
He keeps him for emergency food.
I don't know. Don't talk about pets. Come on now. I don't let him out when I'm doing streams because he doesn't like headphones and he will bite me if I have
He's a
headphones.
biter. Yeah. I had a breeding pair of those, and I had a pair of blue and gold macaws a fair few years ago now, maybe 10, 15 years ago, and there's some serious parrots out there if you want to get involved with it. The macaws especially loud, but as were the grey. I had a couple of eclectuses as well, if you've heard of them.
thank you, Richard McLean. That was my assumption.
I'm a big bird guy. I've had cockatiels most of my life, and those are like the chihuahuas of birds. But I finally got Graham. He was given to me. Somebody just rehomed. Never let him out for the first 16 years of his life. So it was a lot of years with pliers and getting him used to people. But now the only time he bites me is if I'm wearing headphones. So, and everybody's like, "Oh, you have a bird? Let him out." No, not when I'm on stream.
That's cool, man. That's a cool pet.
Oh, I got to go take care of my CNC real quick. You guys keep this going.
Alrighty.
Yeah, we'll talk about the while you're gone, Jerry.
It gets in band. Here we go.
But no,
you guys are mean.
seriously, nobody knows when the nipple nozzle, the Revo belt printer's coming out.
When I've spoken to E3D about anything, they've never ever mentioned a nipple nozzle to me. But rest assured, when I saw next to Georgina, which is going to be next week, I will certainly ask her about her nipple nozzles.
I bet she's going to blush
and
red.
I
I will
want to know
make
if there's special cream for the nipple
a TikTok
nozzle.
video on it as well.
Well, that's what Pooch called it. I think Pooch named it on Twitter. That.
Awesome.
Sounds like something he would do.
Yeah.
Oh,
Does
But,
the nipple nozzle have a sock?
Yes, it does. I'm
It has
planning
exactly.
on making a belt printer that uses that. So
Okay.
Is that tossle-
I
a
wanna know.
tossle? Is that what they're called, tossles?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Slicer's got a nozzle that do it's a 45-degree angle, right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've
Slicer, I
got
think-
the belt printers over in the other room are running all the slices nozzles now.
Yeah.
Talking about nozzles, there's Slice Engineering has a whole new hot end that is a quick swap hot end that they're coming out with. It's about half the size of any hot end setup currently on the market.
Oh, really?
It's insanely small. Like, it's probably the size of my thumb. Like, not even joking.
Wow.
A whole entire hot end. It's fans and everything with it. I can't even find information about it, but I saw it at Rapid TCT.
I'm not a big fan of Slice personally.
Yeah, I think I'll have very, very mixed opinions here.
Yeah.
Who said that? Who said that?
How dare you?
Sam, I have not watched your video yet, but I'm eager to upgrade this.
Oh, okay.
I'm very eager because I got to start printing off my Death Racer parts for Murph in a couple of weeks, right?
Yep.
So
yeah. So we got a new mod, which is the flipper on the front, and then we've also got something coming out on Monday, which may or may not, depending. I didn't see your configuration. It may or may not work on yours, but if it doesn't,
I'm gonna reprint my entire thing. That's fine.
Okay.
It won't work on his.
Okay. Well, we might. We can make it work. We can put an adaptation.
Oh, we'll make it. We'll make it work. We'll make whatever the heck it is work.
If your treads slip a lot, do you have a suggestion for slippage on your treads?
Yeah, Scott produced a mod which is very slightly smaller. There's one particular track that is slightly smaller. So if it is doing anything like that, then you can.
No, that wasn't me. I didn't do the smaller track, Sam. I did the longer frame.
You know, one thing.
Oh, I have a smaller track.
Yeah, no. I don't remember who did. What I did is, hold on.
I had an issue with mine. I don't know if you can see this, but look how towed in my tracks are. If you can see that.
Oh wow!
Because the whole thing is printed in nylon. Don't print it in nylon.
I made the frame 2.5 millimeters longer from hole to hole to tighten up the tracks.
Okay.
So, but yeah, somebody else out there did the mod where they made the track where they made just one tread slightly smaller to tighten it up. But
because I'm using Scott's design with the CF nylon, the whole thing just like. So if you're gonna do that, I can't say that I'd recommend it. Just stick with ABS. But I was installing. I'm like, am I missing a track? Because you really have to stretch it on. It is not slipping at all.
Yeah.
So works good.
Disappointed to see no one's made any like tire spikes or anything like that. You know, like take
When
off
the flamethrower is gonna come out.
Well, if you look at mine, the treads aren't like everybody else's.
Those are my spiked mods. These are those carbide mods.
Put it around the circle, you know.
I will
when the tire spins, it'll.
I will tell you this. I got a private message. I got a private message from a guy this week who builds a lot of really, really cool Death Racer mods, and he was like, "Hey, I got this problem with my RC," and I was like, "Right," and I could see what was happening, and he had these servos in the side, and I was like, "I'm not even going to ask what those servos are for." He was like, "Oh yeah, I'm trying to put all these servos in," and I'm like, I'm not even going to engage in conversation as to what you're trying to do there with that. But again, the idea of this is for it to be as relatively cheap as possible, and of course, with cheap components, as we know, Creality, you're not going to always get the best results. So, that's the way it goes.
If you look at my tracks, mine are more Killdozer tracks than they are.
Oh yeah.
I like that a lot, and in fact, I was thinking about just modding that in the slicer, just adding some little nubs.
Yeah, I redesigned my tracks, so I don't know if that's loud or not. Sam may boot me out of the competition.
You can. The only thing we are asking is that the heads are still to be detachable. You can't block the head necessarily for it to actually be knocked off. And the other thing is any kind of weaponry needs to be 3D printed in plastic. So
the missile launchers we can print in hard plastic.
Circular saw.
Well, you can make a circular saw, but it would need to be in plastic.
Project FDM on the front of it.
Use a soda bottle, but
you do whatever you want.
As soon as I started, so I didn't even get to race.
Is there a Mad Max themed one yet?
I think I saw somebody do a Mad Max.
Yeah, there's one out there that's kind of a Mad Max.
I mean, that's what I love. About it. You can do anything.
It's nice.
One of the great things about this is it brings out people's just customization and personalities, and it really turns people into an artist. So like, it's not just printing a trinket that somebody else designed. You can come over here and customize and actually like build on it. Like mine's a Ninja Turtle. And for me, I was just like, yes, I can bring in that for me, and that brings in my personality. And so many people just have so many great cars.
And that's why I want to really get a full grasp of what, especially when you release that new video, whatever the heck that is. I want to be able to get all my options and create something kind of unique because I have time, and it's really not that hard to mod them once you understand how to build
You don't
one.
really need time, like just to put the head on it, like that's your first part to customize it. So you can just think like, wow,
mine's gone, but it was a hedgehog. Just like a hedgehog, you slice it and you put a hole, done.
And then you think too, like after that, like just putting the head on, you can make your entire color scheme after that.
Yeah. Well, there's something else that's going to be coming out, and I'll just to answer Chris's question. Definitely pancakes and guns. That's the two things I'm most looking forward to coming out to the US to do. So yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about your Death Racer. I'm like, what are you doing to that thing?
I think Sam might have lagged a little bit there.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
you
there
need
he
to
is.
find more internet.
Maybe.
Whoa. That was it. Yeah, so magnetic panels that will go on. So as soon as you engage with somebody else, there's going to be stuff flying all over the place. That's kind of the idea. So,
magnets. Think about that.
Yeah, you might see that for Earth. That's the kind of idea. So the idea is going to be Mirth, Earth, Smurf, and then Remirth, which is obviously then into next year. That's the kind of 4 races that we're planning. And of course, there was some talk with Form Next and Joel and all that kind of crazy stuff. And unfortunately, with the way schedules kind of work, getting a whole group of manufacturers into doing a race is going to be quite complicated. So they were trying to do some stuff with that. I've heard nothing more about it. And that being the case means probably it won't happen. So, but yeah, other than that, it's going to be a big community thing. And like you guys said earlier, Polymaker are offering a $150 voucher. You've got to print the Polymaker side, the whole kind of thing. It's got to be printed in Polymaker filament, of course. And rather than them supplying you with the filament, what they're saying is we're going to meet you halfway. It costs about $300 to build one of these things. So the idea is that if you were able to get your filament back, then you kind of haven't lost anything, and they've given you something, which is kind of nice. So yeah.
A lot of people signed up for Rocky Mountain and didn't show up. Like a lot of people grabbed filament, so we had to change the way that we do it.
Yeah, I heard that.
That's a lot of lost revenue if you're not showing up. So
it was a big loss for a lot of people that mistook it as being, because it was his first event, it wasn't going to be that big. And it turned out to be the biggest.
So there's got to be some limitation. It just, like that's such a huge donation. So there's got to be something.
Well, here's the thing. There's a couple of things with that. One, it wasn't my event. So I had nothing to do with that other than an initial phone call from the organisers. Which was basically, can we do it? And whatever they had with Polymaker, that's sort of between them. And I'm getting more kind of hard on the whole kind of thing, really, because I've got my own thing going on with Nick and Polymaker. We've got a really good kind of working ethic between the two of us. And after hearing that and what happened, I was like, do you know what? Don't donate anything. And if they turn up with he goes, no, I want to do it. I want to do it. So it's kind of like the manufacturer is really, really pushing to do it. It's not kind of like I'm asking for anything.
That's the same way Nick was with me. He was absolutely insistent that he was going to do it, period, no matter what I said.
I'm more curious, how many people became customers afterwards, because that's just the thing is like you saturate the market. And again, you have a nice platform that you've got I don't know how many people you've got at this point following you, but then that trends. And now it's just like, well, you're just seeing a brand name at this point. So people are like, oh, buy that. I haven't heard that filament before.
Yeah. Again, that's maybe their marketing strategy. And that's, again, that's on them. It's not something I've really kind of asked or really wanted to kind of take part in, really. Bottom line is that they are, Polymaker, and you guys, I think at least 2 or 3 of you know this. They was pretty much support whatever you're doing, and as long as it's reasonable, the demand is certainly there, and they're very, very willing to help out any creators. And they've been amazing with me, absolutely, jaw dropping in some instances when things have just happened. So, you know, as a creator,
Hey,
you know,
Pete.
it's all right having all these printers, but you got to have fuel for them, right? So, yeah.
Hey, Pete.
And just a reminder, if anyone's ever trying to get in contact with Nick and can't, you can always message me and I can relay information. I am the community support ambassador, whatever that is at this point. But you can always reach out
he's hard
to
to
me.
get a hold of on Discord.
Cool. You can't message him. You can't PM him. You have to open up a ticket on the Polymaker Discord or send an official support request to the to his email.
Oh, it depends who you are. Come on.
Quite often,
depends who you are.
I was going to say, I
Depends who you are.
message him on
Like-
Discord and I get a reply back in a matter of
oh,
minutes.
Sam's
if he's
messaging me!
awake.
Yay!
I usually wait till he goes live, and I say, "Oh yeah, by the way," and then it's an open chat, and then he usually talks to it. That's how a lot of things I do that way. If you can't get an answer from the company, post it on their group publicly, and then you usually get an answer if you have trouble.
But just saying in general for normal people, if you can't get in contact with Nick, you can always message me.
Well, this is where, you know, and I've told Nick that, you know, this exact comment is that he's put himself into a position where he is freely contactable, and that is a dangerous position to be in.
Oh yes,
because, you know, you end up being the fall guy for a lot of stuff as well. I've been in a very similar position many years ago, and, you know, you put yourself out there to being that person, that community leader, and he was like, yeah, I've found that, and now I'm, but he has a plan, you know, so that's the positive part of that, is that he has other people like yourself, you know, community leaders that are going to be, you know, essentially supporting people. So, you know, again, they're doing the right things. They're making the changes when they need to. Is there anything I don't know about resin printing? Matt's the god on that one.
So if
Should
you
we
know
build
everything
resin
but him,
statues for
we know
you?
everything here.
Matt is a resin god of resin printers, but I think I've done hundreds and hundreds of resin models.
There you go.
I agree.
Well, I think I've outdone Matt in models, but he has many more printers than I'll ever own.
Very
I'm
true.
a Swatch truck expert. That's what I am. Well, expert I'm at.
When I first got in the
Hello,
hobby,
Daniel.
just like with all my FDM printers, I was printing. They're all running every day, constantly. And after all these years, you watch my videos or follow me, you see I have way too much stuff, boxes and boxes. So now I try to selectively print, and usually it's just for a video because I got so much stuff I don't need it. I'm kind of burnt out on having so much stuff.
That's an issue, right? Like, you want to print.
Yeah, me and Rob been talking
so
about
much stuff
that.
to print.
I'm trying to trade Rob some video games for all my
Did you
stuff that I've just
see
collected.
that in chat where somebody thinks Sam is smart and his accent makes him smarter?
Sam can type very fast, and it's called Google and chat,
champ.
GCP, and things like that.
Oh, right. Okay. No, the funny thing is I've got a mouth guard in because I'm doing the whole American Hollywood smile thing. I've had my teeth straightened and all sorts because British people coming to America is a weird thing, right? It's a weird concept for most of you guys. So I'm having everything whitened at the moment. So I've got this kind of weird lisp.
Are you having everything whitened?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm having a
Indiana?
full bleach treatment up and down the body.
TMI, Sam.
Yeah,
Getting the bleaching treatment.
That's it.
Oh, Lord.
That's it.
You do realize where you're going to in America is out in the middle of a cornfield in Amish country, right?
Yeah. I do. But you never know who you might meet when you're out there. So
The farrier is also the dentist.
Is this Murph?
Yeah, Murph.
Yeah, I'm not going to subject my car to that drive again.
No, it's definitely worth avoiding that one, I think.
Yeah, it was like a
Funny,
12-hour drive for
funny.
me each way. Yeah.
One way or another, I'll be at Rocky Mountain next year. It's, you know, I'm in Vegas. It's in Colorado. Plane fare shouldn't be that bad. So,
Yeah, you should.
like
It
I
was
say,
a lot of fun.
the only reason I want to go is to meet people. I really don't care about all the stuff that I can watch in videos. I just want to shake hands and talk to people rather than just on camera.
Oh, yeah.
Hang on. So which one are you going? Rocky Mountain River Festival are you going to? Are you?
What?
Sorry, what event are you going to, Jerry?
Rocky Mountain next year.
I think Sam just told
And we
again.
lost
Yeah.
him.
Rip.
Yep.
He's thinking.
Okay.
There he is.
He's
Loading.
thinking long
Yeah.
and hard.
It's there's something it's StreamYard and my broadband connection don't get on. I don't know what's going on. They
There's
just don't
something
get
weird
on.
with StreamYard. My video glitches a lot, and I've changed my modem. I've upped my speed. I got more RAM. I don't know. Sometimes I glitch, and I don't know what's going on. I think it's StreamYard.
Yeah.
I think make it
Because when was in StreamYard, he had trouble. Then when he went live on YouTube on his cell phone, it was perfect. Perfect quality.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know what the deal is.
I'm about 4 hours from Earth, so that's the one I'm
Hey,
going to be
Maker
going
Viking,
to.
how's it going?
Y'all
I am
lucky.
looking for.
like my
I must
12-hour
admit, I am
drive
looking
for
forward to Earth. Earth is a really, really good event. Really
I
good
loved
event.
Earth. It was
Very
amazing.
cool.
I've been going since
Sounds great.
2019.
Well, Earth takes place in the college, right, where they're really strict on everything, correct?
They are, unfortunately, yeah.
I didn't find that. I didn't find they were that strict.
I've never been to anyone else, but as far as the strictness from, I heard Murph is more of like a summer camp. I personally liked having some of the aspects that I've seen come from Earth. So
they would let me power some stuff on at Earth.
Yeah, Rob wanted to take his robot not moving, and they said no.
Yeah, I took it anyways.
Wow.
I just left the batteries in the car.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Justin. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Justin.
We said Rocky Mountain too many times, and Justin appears.
Oh,
My ears must have been ringing.
He's wearing a Slice Engineering top. Watch
Oh,
out.
crap.
Uh-oh.
Hold on, I'm going to change it.
Are you going to have a mascot next year?
No.
Mascot.
Not
For
at all.
Rocky Mountain?
No.
Did you have to work today, Justin?
No, I
But
had
that's-
some stuff to take care of, so.
Okay.
That's what I don't see with the other ones.
Well, thank you for joining. I appreciate it.
Something to do while the wife's out of town, so that's where you rate, you know.
Let me get rid of that banner for now. We'll do the drawing in a little bit, and I'll pull it back up before we draw. It's kind of annoying, like me sometimes.
We'll leave a no comment at that one.
Okay, Justin, we were talking about my banner the other day. You said, well, yeah, you kind of look like a clown, don't you? Anyway, here's
Yeah, I saw the new logo, yeah.
Here's the new version
I
of it.
saw it, yeah. I saw it.
I'm
on
not
your social.
as clownish.
Yeah.
And somebody
Did you
on
know-
Somebody on Twitter said, well, you ought to be in the middle. You should have your arms crossed like Mr. Clean. And why is the elbow so far down in your pocket? What are you doing? I don't know. I'm playing pocket pool.
Right? Might as well do
Anyway,
something.
I
Right?
think Nick done an awesome job on it.
Yeah.
That looks
I
awesome.
messaged with him.
He showed
today.
me a hand render on what he wanted to do, and I had a couple ideas. And then he showed me what he thought was finished. And I asked him to take the goatee closer down so I didn't look like I had black face, like clown face. And I said, give me work boots instead of white shoes. So he changed a few things. It looks great. Wonderful. So
works.
I've been sharing it everywhere and plugging him all that I can to help him out. If he ever, I'm sure he doesn't need any more business, but
No,
you never
that
know.
guy's busy as heck. He does?
He does. No, keep filling him up with business.
Yeah.
I don't recommend eating clowns because they taste funny.
Well, yes, but they also look funny too. So
Dear Matt, that's bad. I've seen what you do with your cat as well, so you know.
Oh god! I did one cat thing, and everybody's against me now.
that's your own fault.
Yeah.
Hey, this was not my problem. I had no toilet paper around.
Oh.
Horrible.
Sorry, guys.
Hey, so what is everybody doing with their bamboo poop?
Oh,
I don't have bamboo poop.
I'm saving mine in a white bag, and someday I'll do something with it. I'm not just going to throw it out.
That's
Light on
what
fire, put on
everybody does
somebody's
with their
front
poop, isn't it?
Yeah.
So some people have printed off my Fix 'em Dude birthday truck model in multicolor, and they're gonna send me all the poop. It's like a whole filament box worth. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah,
I want to make coasters. I think that'd be fun. Like
So
melt them
how
down and
much
make like
waste-
coasters.
How much waste are people, like people are at least having like 50-50, if you're printing 50 grams, you're getting 50 grams back for poop, right? Sometimes more.
Essentially, because you have the entire distance of the nozzle to extruder, plus a bit to clean.
Is this cost effective for people?
I think for the technology, it is. I definitely think it can be, because there's no other way of making a
I mean, if you're
fully
doing 10
colored
ups,
model.
it's viable, but if you're just doing a 1-up tchotchke, that's an expensive trinket.
Right.
For a toy, yes, it's expensive. But if you're doing it as a business, like think of the time if you had to hand paint or hand make models. Like this saves you so much time and effort.
That's true.
That,
That's
yeah.
maybe like what kind of percentage in our community you think that is? Like 10, 25, you know, who's doing
Or
that
doing
kind of work?
multicolor. I think there's going to be a shift. Remember, I've only been doing this for about a year, but no one was doing multicolor stuff because there wasn't a great way of doing it. But now you have stuff like that, and more people are making models that are ready to print. Like, here's the
And
multicolor bamboo file. Just go print
everything
it.
that I've done in multicolor is sellable. It's like, wow, if I see this at the store, I'd buy it. It don't look half-assed. It looks awesome. But there is an awful lot of waste, yes. That's why if they're small items, do multiple. That way the layer change on every part is the same. You'll have the same amount of waste between multiple prints.
I was
It
tool
just
changers.
kills me to know that we've got that much waste going on.
Yes.
And to think that people are okay, you're okay with it. Like, it just,
Hold on, Matt.
Well, what's the
we need a
difference
solution
between
at the end
a
of the
model
day that
that's
we can do
twice the
something else with it,
size,
you know?
a model that's twice the size, or one model and then some extra filament?
I mean, it's nice. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I think it is phenomenal, but at the end of the day, you're just to just throw away money. And I know everybody's going to start to save it, but you know, I'm a hoarder, man. I had to check myself for some stuff this month as far as just what I hang on to. And if we're all hanging on to PLA scraps, man, we're gonna have a whole generation of like we're gonna have kids. And they're going to be like, yeah, man, my dad just hung on to filament scrap for his entire life with the hope that he was going to shred.
My nephew's eventually going to find a few hundred rolls of filament somewhere.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, dude. But, like, that's bad. Like, we're going to have a whole, like, our kids are going to hate us. Like, we're going to have a whole...
Not like they don't already. So.
Well, that's a common thing, right?
I used to save filament spools.
He's saving it
and
for
so
your
I threw
pyramid.
away about 600 of them at one time. I was saving spools of filament, empty spools, out in my shed, but they're getting in the way. And I counted them. Actually, I think I done a video on it. I counted them all out. It's like 600 and something spools. And that was like 3 or 4 years ago. Damn. And I dumped them in the recycling bin.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's just rough, though, because that's now going to go to your recycling. They don't care about it. Doesn't have a number on it. And even if it did
Cardboard.
have a number on it, it's just going to
Cardboard is rarely recycled. Cardboard. Good luck with industrial, composting or recycling of PLA. Like it's probably not going to happen. It sucks. It really does, but it's just not going to happen. So, like what Chris Travis is saying, tool changing.
Yeah.
Tool changing, that's going to be the way to go for minimizing scraps.
I just wish they were more reliable.
Well, just like, bamboo.
It's going to be
bamboo
another
kind
10
of
years,
revolutionized MMU. I think we're going to get some new innovation in tool changing.
I mean, that's where we've had 10 years now where, things been at the home consumer level. Where's the next 10 years going to go? And so again, like we got to start talking about this stuff where if we don't have waste. And so, yeah, rapid tool changing heads. That's awesome.
I would
and
like
things
to
are going to
see,
get faster, but
I would like to see if you produce any waste that you can just put it in a shredder and then feed it back to the machine. That's ultimately I want.
As long as you don't mix up the different types of filament, it could be remelted and extruded.
Yeah, sure. I
It's
mean,
just
it's
rough,
easy
though,
for
until
me
we have
because
the
I only
industry
work with
that's actually
PLA.
going to be putting money behind that, though, because now again, like you've got Creality, they're flooding the market with just all these clone printers, but like the average person, they do want to reclaim their filament, but you can't get like I have a do-it-yourself shredder, and it cost me $500 just for the metal. And then outside of that, I had to put a $200 motor attached to it. And again, that's still do-it-yourself. So that's $100,000.
My Polymaker spools are fine on my AMS, but yeah, I did print the inserts in them. I put desiccant to weight them down. And before I had that, I went out in the garage and I got a great big Craftsman socket, ratchet socket, and I put a socket inside of it to weight it down because it likes to jump when it gets really light. But
big
my
question.
spools work fine without rings on them.
Is that the solution right now? Is we're not caring too much about the Hydra, just going with the attachments for the cardboard spools? Or is it still worth printing out
Well,
Hydra?
I've never put attachments in my cardboard spool. I printed out the Hydra, but I have never installed the Hydra. I have the Hydra mod. I printed it out.
Is that okay, Sam, that I just spent your money?
What, my money? What's this?
Yeah, I just spent your money over on that other chat that we're having.
The AMS seemed kind of like afterthought with a lot of variations that people are going through right now.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious to see how they actually tackle the motor issues that people have been coming into. Like, I don't have one, but right now I'm just seeing a lot of people.
Yeah, I've done a video on my motor. Slot 1 went out. I told Bamboo about it, and after 3 or 4 days, I got back with me, wanted a video. But come on, how long have I been doing this? Every company wants a video.
Struggling with their support on that aspect.
Once I sent them a video, they replaced. They give me a credit. I bought another mechanism for Slot 1. The whole whatever, I can't think of what you call them, part. It's got the motor and everything.
So is it acceptable for them to send you replacement parts where you have to mod your own printer instead of them supporting it? Or like they've created an environment which it seems like you kind of have to do
a lot of assembly. Blow out? I mean, right now it seems kind of Russian roulette as far as what motors are blowing out for people. So what's causing it?
Speed.
Yeah, probably too much current.
Somebody's got a stream running. I can hear echo.
Hello.
And so if you're trying to push things that are going too fast again, like it really depends. Again, you're Russian roulette. Your 1 could go out, 4 could go out, 3 could go out. You could replace 3, and then 4 goes out. Replace 4.
Speed is also
2 goes out.
Everyone's going after speed, but speed does not always correlate.
Didn't they came up with a second generation of AMS units?
The Hydra.
Sounds like it's on its 3rd.
Yes, it's on its 3rd.
They've probably gone for a few. But the thing is, it's not necessarily about speed. It's more probably about.
It's on a 3rd rev. It's on a 3rd rev on the market. That's kind of bad, no?
Less than a year.
Yeah,
like this stuff should have been internally tested, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, though, like most things, you probably won't know about what they are because just people will have those issues, and you won't. No company's going to tell you all the faults that they've had and how many people have asked that certain question, because the chances are one person might have it and somebody else may never have it. So again, if you look at how that works, it's a preloader. So a lot of that's not necessarily be about the speed. It's going to be about the torque. So if the motor's not up to it for whatever reason, bad batch, anything it could be. But that's the same for anything, isn't it? Really, it could be anything. But they were also saying that there's 2 types of AMS. There's a different bottom to it. There's a couple of different variants, I think, already. Who knows though? Who knows?
Is there an easy way to tell what version you have?
Yeah, I think on the bottom there's slots. The slots are different.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
You're in shots. Doesn't matter where you are.
I just wish that tool changers were more reliable. I've been doing tool changers since before E3D's tool changer came out, and I've never seen one that is easy to calibrate and easy to use. I think what we really need for that is better software for nozzle calibration for the colors, registration, that kind of thing.
I mean,
so is that the issue? Is just the offset of nozzles?
Such a big difference. I mean,
Yes.
You get everybody going over to Clipper and everything else, and just like what your flavor is, but like if your slicer's not handling things.
I have no idea, Kate. I don't know. I send him a link every week. I don't know.
So how does the XL work then? Because theirs is supposed to be pretty reliable. Are they doing a calibration on each tool head before printing with their load cell? Because that gets an accurate offset relative to each other.
I assume so, yes, because each head is just a duplicate of all the others.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd assume so too. But when I was big into tool changing, it was camera based, and I actually made a little JavaScript that would interface with Clipper that would see where the nozzle was in the camera and try to use OpenCV to render the nozzle and try to align all the nozzles with each other. And that was good for X and Y, but did not work for Z, or if your nozzles were dirty at all. And every time you touch the printer in any way, you'd have to recalibrate all the nozzles again.
That's how I feel about my.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, on my X1 Carbon, I always print in standard mode. I never ever do sport or ludicrous. Sam has many X1s and P1Ps. Usually print in standard mode, or usually bump them up faster.
I mean, so they sound like a reliable unit if you're not driving them fast. And right now, I think we're just trying to drive things.
No one needs to print that fast on a daily basis.
No.
Nobody.
With my X1 Carbon, Sam, I print in standard mode. I do not do sport or ludicrous. Do you usually do the same, or do you speed them up?
Yeah, it's normally in standard because I think what you've got to remember is that, previously to this, anything that was a good print or a mechanical engineering print or something along those lines, it would either be done on my Prusa or my Losbots. Okay, so that was 60 millimeters per second at best. So the fact that I can do 2 or 4 times the speed is awesome, absolutely brilliant, in fact. And still get that kind of engineering quality that I'm looking for. So I've got no issues with that. So I don't need to go up to ludicrous mode or anything crazy like that, because the normal mode just seems to work very, very well. So I'm quite happy printing at the speeds I'm printing at, although replicated 6 times.
So Pete, what have you been using for settings if it's been that reliable?
Sorry, Scott, did anyone tell you that you sound like Hank Hill? Amazing.
You know, it's funny that he says that. Somebody here
oh no
on Discord.
Oh no.
I'm dying.
Somebody here on Discord a couple of months ago made that same comment about I need to be selling propane in Texas.
Oh my God.
Holy wow.
Yes. I've heard that I sound like Hank Hill. I've been mistaken for Chuck Liddell. And I've been told that I could give Sam, what the hell's his name, a run for his money with the mustache. So, but yeah, somebody has told me that I sound like Hank Hill. What's that?
Could you say I don't have an anger problem? I have an idiot problem.
I don't have an anger problem. I have an idiot problem.
I don't know who Hank Hill is, but I know who Chuck
But I tried to throw in a little British or English accent on that. So
it was a good one. It was nice.
Hold on. If we're going to go down that road, just hold on.
God damn it, Bobby!
Please come out as Hulk Hogan now or something crazy. I don't know what's going to happen.
He's gone. Oh no.
That kid ain't right.
Oh no.
Okay.
I sell propane. And you can't see my eyes when I wear this, so
I love it.
Awesome.
I love it. Brilliant.
Well, I could throw some steampunk goggles on with the cowboy hat and just really go off the rails, but
I've had one filament that's given me issues. I had to slow it on everything to 50 millimeters a second to get good prints out of it. Otherwise, it works no matter what you throw at it. Yeah, and I've heard the 2 different stories of bamboo users. Like either you're, Grant, and you've had literally every single issue you could possibly have, or you have 0 issues. So, is that maybe quality control? Right? Yeah, filament and maybe quality control.
Grant's had 2 bamboo printers sent to him. The first one was a lemon. It sounds like the second one's a lemon. And I said to them, and ask Grant, because we had a conversation about this. I said, get that machine to me, send it to me, and see if I still have the issues. And then there was the whole kind of, hang on a minute, there's an exposure issue there, because if you plug it in, then he looks a fool. So I was like, well, let's try it then. But I don't know what on earth Grant had. Things were just falling apart for him for that.
How's the bamboo with random filament? Like I feed my random filament that struggles in every other printer in my Prusa. So for me, that's my Mikey. It'll eat anything. So that's the thing is like you can have your bad filaments where maybe they work better in an all metal hot end, or not so much in a standard Bowden with a brass.
But that's the thing.
That one right there is the printer that. I don't care how bad the filament is, it has no problem with it.
It's your Mikey.
Oh God, I can't get Hank Hill out of my brain now. Oh Scott. Oh no.
What's the best BBQ to buy?
Best barbecue to buy?
We got 21 entries on the giveaway, guys.
The best barbecue is the barbecue you make yourself at home. But it has to be made with propane.
Of course, the only finest.
I only like propane. I'm about to buy a new propane grill too. You have any suggestions?
I don't use I don't use propane ever.
All right. On that note, I'm out of here. Have a good night. Bye.
See you.
Have a good one.
I grill with charcoal.
Oh, really? I didn't know he was leaving. I thought he was joking. Where'd you go, zombie? I thought you were joking.
No, he had enough of that. If he wasn't propane, he cannot deal with that. I don't know if you know about that, but he is all about the propane.
Yeah, I've got charcoal and I got propane both. My main grill is propane.
I have a Blackstone
It's easy.
grill that's propane, but
Yeah, everybody's just getting me excited for the revival. They're coming out with a new one, you know. Whole brand new season.
So,
Amazing.
Sam,
Yes, sir.
when you come to America, you
Kenneth.
show up wearing a
Thank you.
Pancake
an
outfit.
Edge of Tech wig. So, are you also going to show up wearing an Edge of 3D mustache?
Oh, mate, you never know. Hey,
Hook
listen.
up on this, or
I think I might come in as a full Hank Hill if that's going to be, or not, or Austin Powers, as somebody put in the comments there.
All right, guys, last chance. We're going to do a giveaway roll of filament here in a couple seconds. Last chance, hashtag USA in chat. It is USA only, but if you're anywhere in the world, you can win, but it must go to somebody in the USA. You need a USA address, and it'll be good for one roll. They're PLA, PETG, or ABS from Ziltech.com.
how do we enter?
Alt F4.
Hashtag USA in chat.
Alt F4.
I got to figure out how to do this chat thing.
Hang on, I've got an ad.
All right.
Hurry
Well,
up.
I'm live on
Hurry,
I'm
hang
live
hang
on YouTube and Twitch. So if you're on YouTube, you can type in chat. Anybody on screen, you can enter also. My wife has a printer; she even enters.
There you go. Right, I'm in.
Oh, Sam went and entered on both. Okay, well, if he's going to do that,
Oh,
It only picks up one of them, I'm sure. That's fine. And then I can either redraw if you don't want it, if you want to see if you can win, or you can donate it to somebody in the U.S. and then they can pick out the filament and either mailing information to give my rep and Ziltech. But let me share my screen, pull up the wheel.
the
Did
wheel
you enter,
of the
Scott?
rig. The
There he
rig
is,
wheel.
right? Or not the wheel, but the StreamYard thing. Thingamabob. No, my wife said if she wins, she'll give it away. All right, here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see who wins today.
If it's Matt, I'm leaving.
Yep. Same.
Edge of
Hey, look at that.
Oh, rigged.
Congrats, Scott.
Rig.
Congratulations, Hank.
Rigged.
Rig.
redraw it.
You want me to redraw
Redraw it or give it to, let's see. Kate Beasley just asked for it. Give it to her. She doesn't
She
have
hasn't got
a
a
printer
printer.
yet. She needs some filament to start with.
Kate,
Either way,
are you in chat, Kate?
Yes, she is. She was.
yeah, she's in chat.
You see what
Damn
she
it,
says
buddy.
in chat?
Damn it, Bobby. Chris, I am hoping to go to Six Flags with Edge of Tech and also John, mainly because he's handicapped and he gets to park real close.
Raid coming in.
And you can jump queues with John.
Subsector just raided with how many people? Wow, 34 viewers. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. I am Jerry with 3DHP. I live in Las Vegas, Nevada. And each and every Saturday, 1 p.m. Pacific, I go live on YouTube and Twitch. And it's all about makers and what they do. We have people that drop in from all over the world. Please consider following. I'd really appreciate it. If you want to sub, that's awesome. You can use your Amazon Prime. Subsector, I hope you had a great stream. We just gave away a roll of filament. So if you would have popped in a few minutes ago, all your people could have got in the drawing, because 3 times a month, Ziltech.com allows them to give away a roll of their ABS, PETG, or PLA. So anyway, yeah, thank you very much for the rating. I really appreciate it. And Kate, go to Ziltech.com. If you need the address, let me know. I'll post it in chat. And you know how to get a hold of me, and just let me know what type of filament you'd like, and I'll let my rep know with your mailing address and get it sent out to you. Thank you very much, Scott, for giving that to Kate. Very cool.
Yeah.
Scott has
I
enough
need
for
I
it.
need more filament. See?
Yeah, you do.
See that?
Yeah. Yeah, you got a lot.
A lot
I think
is an
there's
understatement.
35 rolls out on the coffee table in the living room too.
Oh wow. I have a lot
Chris,
of silk.
if you-
I don't need much of. I need to get rid of my silk.
Chris, if you want to go, I think I get in on the Tuesday, and I think we're either going on the
Kate.
Tuesday or the Wednesday. think.
Kate, do I? Oh yeah, I have your mailing address. Never mind, I got it. All right,
So
Kate,
you're going to Six Flags on Tuesday or Wednesday up there north of Chicago?
Well, apparently that's what I'd like to do, but Tripod's being very quiet at the moment, so I need to massage him a little bit and see what's going on.
Well, you'll have a good time there.
I need to start.
Do you guys not have amusement parks out there in the UK?
Yeah, we have like 3.
Well, I'll tell you right now, when you get ready to go to Six Flags, take a wad of cash with you, and it's not going to be enough.
Oh yeah.
Oh really? Why?
When you get a drink of water, that's going to cost you $5. If you want a soda, it's going to be $9, and God forbid you order a hot dog, that's $20.
Oh,
Let's see, quid. I'm sorry,
Well,
you understand quid. You don't understand bucks. No,
But the food comes with bugs, I believe.
The amusement parks they're awesome, but their concessions and stuff are just ridiculously expensive.
Is it true that Disneyland has their own law?
The consumer park.
Disneyland has their own what?
It's like their own country.
Yeah,
They do have their own zip code, so yeah, I guess. I
actually
mean,
do have their own authoritarian aspect to them.
planes, choppers, nothing can fly overhead up to like
No politics.
30,000 feet or something.
Sorry.
Scott might know what would be the flight restriction on Disney World or Disneyland. It's like 30,000 feet or something.
no, it's not that high. I think their restriction goes up to what would be the first level of classified airspace, so 12,500 feet.
Okay.
And I don't remember what the radius is out from the center of it, but you can still. They don't want tourist helicopters and airplanes buzzing overhead all day long.
Disturbing
I get why
everything.
they do it.
Yeah.
Same reason they do it for the Grand Canyon. You know, it's very restricted where you can fly it around the Grand Canyon. You know, I get why they do it, but it's 12,500 feet. If you're above that, you're in a whole different class of airspace, and they can't control that. So, but at 12,500 feet, you're not going to see anything anyway.
Is Justin messing around with something that's not a Voron?
Correct. Well, yes, but it's close enough. It's
You're on a big screen,
kit.
Justin.
Oh, jeez. Ender 3 belt kit, the linear rails, as Scott knows.
Another Ender 3 kit.
No, it's the same Ender 3 kit I've had.
No, I love everybody's use of the Ender 3. Again, it just with its price point, it's kind of just it's our next Tinker kit.
Yep. I don't buy these printers to just use them. Everything's modified out of the box, no matter what.
So, I mean, that's going to be the cockroach for the next 5 years. I mean, is it going to go anywhere? Are they going to discontinue it? Or is it just going to be around forever? And
it'll at the price point, if you go to Micro Center, you get the coupon at $100, it's going to be around a while.
That's why I based the baby belt on
$80 soon with the way that the market's going. If we've got another tier of Creality units coming out soon, then you'll be able to get the Pro version 2, you know, and that'll be the next thing.
Then you can get Ender 3s for $25 on Facebook after the person doesn't know how to use them.
I mean, that's the best bang for the buck when you got a frustrated user that's just like, get this the hell out of my space. I'll give you money to take it away from me. You just
I got a Race 3D that way.
It's sad though, like that we have a good chunk of the community that, you know, potentially won't move on with the hobby because of that experience. And you know, again, from in the US at least, it's just easier to stick it back in the box and get your money back.
So to answer your question, Jerry, I just looked on the chart. It's 3 nautical miles around Disneyland, and up to 3,000 feet is a no-fly zone.
Okay.
Federal no-fly zone.
3,000
It's not a
feet. Not very high. I went skydiving at that height.
So now, hey, how's the market for everybody else as far as like where you're getting your 3D printers? Because again, like
Sergio, are you still in chat? Sergio, if you're still listening, thank you very much for the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Hey, Best Tree.
Sorry,
Westerly
Josh,
One,
what did
hello,
you
hello,
say?
how are you? We got room for one more on screen if anybody'd like to pop in and hang out and chat with some of our makers here.
Josh, what was your question?
Just like how other people's markets are as far as like in the UK, like is Amazon like big? Is it gonna be like because I know like right now Amazon's like boosting up in Australia, and so again all those returns got to go somewhere at the end of the day, and they tend to go back on eBay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way most people get around things are the distribution centers, because there's a weird thing with China sending stuff to Germany, and then there's a agreement between the German and UK trading unions. So that's how we get our printers into the UK. Now, any Cubic and various other people like that, Creality, will be on Amazon, but there's also a distribution hub in the UK as well. So a lot of the people, even Bamboo, will use a third party. So if you've got to send something back, it will go back to this company, which again will then have a variety of people that will be resellers, repairers, or whatever. So,
but now you actually have a claim over there where if warranty gets covered, right? Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts. If there's an issue with like anything in the UK, like the company has to take it back, right? Is that correct?
Totally. Yeah, you get 30 days and pancakes. Just to answer that question. Yeah, 100%.
Always pancakes. That's the answer for everything.
Man, I tell you what, I haven't had a decent pancake since Earth. So go figure.
I haven't had a pancake in about 20 years. I love biscuits and gravy, chicken fried steak, French toast, homemade French toast, real eggy.
Well, when you go to Murph downtown, there's a little pizza restaurant. Their pizza is okay, but their bruschetta and stuff like that they have there is absolutely amazing.
I wouldn't mind a nice prime rib.
I don't know if I've ever had a crepe. I mean, I've seen them made on a million cooking shows. I watch a lot of cooking shows, but I don't
Just
think I've
a
ever had
thin pancake.
Yeah.
It has a different flavor, though.
Best crepes that I had were
pancake printer now, right?
Paris.
Yes.
It's like a pancake tortilla, I guess, right?
Yeah, Lowell experimented with his pancake maker on stream. I think it was like 400 quid, the printer.
If you start making crepes at home, that's the only thing you're gonna make.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just looked it up. That place that we went to there in at Murph last year is called Venturian. It's right downtown. They have some awesome food there.
Where was the place we ended up? Or was that? I can't even remember now. They all blurred into one. I remember the chicken restaurant. The thing is, I'm normally drunk when I'm at these events.
Oh, that chicken restaurant there in
Just at these events,
Goshen was horrible.
I had really good experience with a Mexican restaurant at Murph. Really,
like
like little
that Wings Etc. place
There's
there
that
at Murph,
Japanese
that thing was
place at
awful. The food was decent, but the service was absolutely horrible. The brewery was the best.
Oh,
thing.
shit, I got a problem.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, damn it.
So is everybody else inebriated at most of the Earths? Because it's just like I was like, wow, everybody's really friendly.
There may have been drinking happening at the booths at 9 o'clock in the morning at Murph, but at Earth, if you tried that, you'd get summarily kicked out and never be allowed back.
Earth was the thing is with Earth, being an alcoholic as I am, you had to get really drunk the night before to transpose it into the next day. So,
so you wake up at 3 and start drinking until 7.
That's it.
Oh, that stinks for Jerry.
If you had seen, if you'd seen Tripod and how absolutely wrecked he was after Earth, on cocktails.
You talking about Saturday night at the ball stadium?
Yes, because I tried to talk to him Sunday morning and he was not very happy.
Yeah, Saturday night at the ball stadium. I'm not a drinking person, and I thank God I had an Uber to get back to the hotel because I couldn't crawl back, let alone drive.
A little too loud for me at the ball station.
Yeah,
at the ballpark.
Yeah, we went down on the where it was out in the open there, and it was a lot better. I think your CNC ate your shoe there.
You know, I bought different magnets to put this on, that were a lot stronger, the neodymium or whatever you call those. It would hold it on, and then I put 4 pieces of Gorilla Tape to hold it on. And I've done a handful of jobs with it. It's been fine, but today it wasn't. It came undone, and the bit was dragging into it. So rather than stop the job, I just pulled it through the bit and let the bit completely cut it so I could get it off. I can reprint it. I can buy new brushes, but that sucks. Because the little tiny magnets are only like, I don't know, 2 millimeter. I forget which ones I bought, but I bought 2 different sets off Amazon. And when you put them on, none of them really have that much strength. So that's why I was putting duct tape on each side of it here, little pieces to hold it. So, oh well. It's a learning experience.
Well, lucky
Such is life,
I didn't break the bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I broke a bit the other day. It's a $15 bit, and that might not seem like much, but, you know, it's almost the rest of the roll of filament. So,
yeah. It looks like it's still picking up the...
yeah, it's still sucking up the debris from that MDF.
Yeah, it looks like it's still doing a pretty good job collecting it. So
yeah, I'll just leave it like that. I'll have to fix it. N52 magnets that are stronger.
Yeah.
We write that down in research because what I had bought off Amazon, they were I can't pronounce the word, neodymium.
Yeah.
Neodymium.
Yeah, neodymium magnets are rated by number series, and I think 52 or 54 is like the strongest you can get, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
But the cheaper ones will be like in the 20s, 30s, or even 40s, and they're not nearly as robust.
Okay.
So yeah.
Then the brushes were way too long, so I took a pair of scissors, made a huge mess, and went all the way around and cut it. And it's hard to cut these brushes with scissors. You got to keep cutting in one area over and over and over to get it real short for the bed. But it was working fine, but now it's not. Add more magnets. Yeah, I tried that, Jack. On the first one that I print like this to the top part and the bottom, I put a couple more holes for the drill, and I put some other magnets in there. But yeah, I'll have to just put a whole row of them in or something. I downloaded the part off Thingiverse. I guess I can modify it in Tinkercad or something and add more.
I have a Bob CNC, and I have to say that cutting those bristles were not fun.
Oh, like what I was talking about, trying to take scissors and cut them?
Yep.
Yeah, they're a pain. You got to keep trying to cut and cut and cut and cut and cut. I thought about taking a little, like a Dremel tool with a blade on it and see if that would work, but I didn't try that. I don't want to melt them. Oh, well. Something else to work on.
Yeah, those dust collectors are
Jerry Kate says she's having a bad hair day. Kate says she's having a bad hair day. I said it couldn't be worse than your bad hair day.
Yeah, I thought about letting my hair grow in a while back, and I changed my mind because it's coming in all white and gray just around the back.
You'd have to update your logo now as well, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Have to take a Sharpie and modify it.
Well, there used to be a guy on TV that sold some kind of spray paint stuff that you'd use for this.
Oh man, dude!
Back here. Remember that about 20 years ago? He'd sell this stuff, and it was literally spray paint for the top of your head.
So, Jack,
yeah, and then when you sit anywhere else, it would have a mark on it.
Yeah.
So Jack says he has a long mill MPCNC, and he don't run a dust shoe. So you just let it build up. You just stand there and vacuum it up occasionally, or you just have the hose picking it up.
Oh,
you don't have the
man.
brush
I don't miss running my CNC. I didn't have the space for it, so the dust went everywhere. Again, I got that shop vac extension that you showed off, and that just changes life if you're doing CNC work.
The shop vac extension.
But yeah, I drove my neighbor's bullshit running my CNC. My neighbor come up to me. She's like 85. She's like, "You like vacuuming a lot." I was like, "No, I'm so sorry. I won't run it anymore."
Well, my garage door, I got insulation panels in it, and when I'm in my driveway out front, I can barely hear it running. So it's not bothering anybody. When I go out there at 8 o'clock in the morning, open the door, and I fire up my air compressor, it's a piston drive. You know, the 2 tanks, those things scream.
Sure.
So I blow out my models or clean out the garage with my air compressor. It's the easiest way to clean things up, just blow it out in the driveway. Well, the big stuff I sweep up, and then I blow dust off all my equipment and computer and whatever and blow it out the door.
I always love the stories of people are like, "Yeah, my neighbor came down. They're like, what the hell are you doing? All I hear is this electronic noise constantly. It must be hell just for some people, you know, like you think if they don't know anything about 3D printing, like what are they doing? It makes so much noise.
My big printer, which is off right now, you can hear it throughout the whole house.
3 floors, it's in the basement, you can hear it in the attic.
Oh, it's uses NEMA 32s for the X and Y. But I mostly irritate my neighbors with my old cars. So
I was once accused of keeping a horse in the house.
No, I'd elaborate, Matt. Elaborate.
Were you milking this horse, Matt, or
yeah, what were you doing with this horse in the house?
There was no horse.
Oh, was this like the horse that you see at the?
I was accused of it. She said she seen me with a horse going into my house. I said
Hey,
she
Jay,
must have had a little
in?
bit few many, you know what.
Star Wars PDP. Anybody want to drop in? Here's the link. Hello, Chris Mink.
There's like a word or a letter somewhere in between on the verbiage there, right? No, I don't know.
I am loving my new desk, Chris. It is brilliant, and I think anybody that's doing anything should definitely buy one of these desks because they are phenomenal.
So I don't get, how do people work standing up? Because I'm lazy. I like to sit down.
That's my desk. My desk at my
standing
office
up
is a sit
sometimes.
stand, and it's up most of the time. I rarely sit down at the office. In fact, this is a sit stand here.
Your calves and ankles don't get sore or
But
anything?
I'm sitting on a really tall chair too, so.
Until I had medical issues 3 or 4 years ago, back in 2019, I always stood up. Me and my wife would go to somebody's house for Christmas, whatever. I wouldn't sit down. I stood up the whole time. She kept getting mad at me for always standing up. I prefer to stand. And then I had a bunch of health issues, and then I sat down a lot. I'm getting in the, I prefer to stand up usually.
Oh, it's like a social thing, right? So it's like what's making people feel uncomfortable, and it's like people are used to you standing down or sitting down. You know, people. I love it because that's just the internet in general, and then we get into our own little community of what's right or not right, appropriate, and this and that, and
yeah, I mean, I think the benefits of it are the moving around, not sitting in one. If I'm editing a video, and the annoying thing is, and we said this before, is that I might spend 2 weeks doing a video, filming it, editing it, and then I'll get like no views on it, and I'll put tons of effort in, and then I'll just do something that's just rubbish and spend 5 seconds editing the whole thing, and it'll just get 30K in views or something ridiculous.
How do you think I feel, Sam? I get a lot less views than you do, and I put a lot of time in editing.
Well, it's annoying, and this is what I was saying about that whole creality thing. All of a sudden the algorithm took off, and all of a sudden it's just like started going crazy.
I had 13K views in 3 days.
But now does this kills your creative aspect?
This was from Kate. Kate in chat used her laser to make this, and then she made all the little things that I think play. Everything in there she made by hand.
Looks
There's
delicious.
a beer bottle next to it for scale.
I want cake now. And
Now I'm
donuts.
hungry.
Yeah, fire up that barbecue.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm a fresh
Please only
content
use
creator.
text
So like
and
at the end of the
propane
day,
gas.
are people more focused on their view counts rather than their content that they're creating? And again, like if you're discouraged by your view counts at the end of the day, are you happy with the content you created? And then if you're not getting the hits that you expected, does that then make your content less then at the end of the day? You're not going to make another video if you're like discouraged by it.
Look, there's a ton of reasons why you may or may not want to make a video. So I'll give you a good example of that. I said no to a printer this week, which was made by a company called Two Trees. Okay, I didn't say no to it because it was a bad printer. I said no to it because the product was 3 years old and they wanted me to do a review on it, and I want to be at the front of it, not at 2-3 years ago where everyone else has done the content and it's not viable anymore. I don't think that the audience are that focused on you know, if I started doing Ender 3 help videos, I don't think there'd be any value in me doing that kind of content. So
I disagree, because I think we need to have more educators, especially
I think there's enough out there.
Smart ones.
I think, you know, Edge of Tech, when he did all of his Ender 3 stuff, you know, that's what he. Oh, I've got this really horrible echo.
Yeah, somebody's
echoing really bad.
Yeah, so again, it all comes very much down, for me anyway, it comes down to depending on what the product is, and if it's a good product and I'm going to use it, that's really important to me. One of the main things is that, and is it going to be viable? So I'll do things like, so if you look at my V-Minion video from Ratrig, okay, I did a thing and the content was around me showing off the printer, and I decided to do like a fire circle, and I set fire to the floor and I had flames going everywhere.
Yeah, that was great.
I was trying to really be kind of put loads of energy into something, and then the video just went meh. And so there's no reason for me to go, I'm going to go and spend a load of money on lighter fuel and matches and stuff for me just to, you know, for the video to be a dud. And I don't necessarily think it was, again, it's all about catching the right algorithm.
Did you enjoy setting stuff on fire, though, at least?
100% yes.
All right. Well, then there's some benefit to it. At least you enjoyed it, you know. And
absolutely.
So
no, it was good. It was good to make that, and I was doing stuff. You know, I was kind of trying to be a little bit kind of out there, and I just don't think that the audience really kind of understood that. There was a really good moment where I've done a Michael Laws poster from Teaching Tech, and he's gone missing. There's like a missing poster in the video, and it's just there for a split second. But it was just at the time where I was kind of just trying to be. I like to try and create hooks. So a lot of the content I'll do is I'll say something or do something in order for someone to go, well, that's not right. I'm going to make a comment on that. So you're already kind of making people engage with what you're trying to do.
Sure, but your algorithms now are based off of that. And so if you're feeding the algorithms that, then this is where don't we end up with different circles of algorithms depending on who we're following and who we're consuming. And then so, you know, you might be like, oh, I like setting this on fire, but half of your audience doesn't. So now all of a sudden that goes down.
Yeah. I mean, but that's, you know, if you look at any creator, you know, I look at Joel and I'm going, oh my God, he's got so many hundred people watching a live stream, or potentially more people watching a live stream. You know, people are there not necessarily because of the product. They're there because of Joel, right?
More or less. I mean, like it's going to be 50-50. Like one, you've got the person that you like to consume from, and then what product are they pushing to you to consume?
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got Otter Danger Den Shane popping in. Hey, Shane.
Hello.
How's it going?
Hey, Shane, how you doing? Hey, Justin, I think you're causing an echo.
Hey, that's a recreator part. I know that.
I'm muted. My audio is muted on my end.
Yeah, it's not showing muted.
Well, I mute my mic right here. I have a button
they
right
know
here.
that it's from their part.
Here, let me mute me and see if it's me.
I bet
All right,
it is. Let's see.
Yeah, yeah, it's a part from a recreator. I'm actually printing all the parts out for Murph. I plan on
That's
building
still
one there.
echoing, Jerry.
Awesome. That's good to
Okay,
hear.
let me try somebody else. Let me try Scott.
All right, let's
One
see what,
Keep talking, guys. Let's see if that goes still there.
yeah, Murph 2023 is
It's
going to
still
be.
there.
Okay, it's still there.
Let's try Josh.
I
keep
just
talking.
realized Akuma Mods is here.
Check.
All right.
Nope. Yes,
Will
nope.
it echo now or no?
Hello.
Let's try Sam.
It's all
I'm
Sam's fault.
sure-
Still got an echo?
I'm not hearing one,
Yeah,
but nobody's talking.
yeah, nobody's talking right now. So,
Check.
Check.
I don't know.
what's going on,
Oh,
everybody?
well. Hello, Solar.
It may just be StreamYard.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
they're
All
supposed
right.
to be so perfect, and they're not. Let me check, Kate. I'll see if I still have that on my computer.
I'm done with you. I'm done.
I'm done. God, my arms are in the air.
It's weird to see Matt not on TikTok.
I know, right?
I know. I'm off of TikTok now.
Yeah.
We
I
got
don't
banned.
like TikTok. No. I watched one Onion movie in the bloody. Oh, God. Oh. And it had like tons of onions.
No, Kate, I don't have it.
I don't even know what's going on anymore.
I love all the prop making, by the way, that, if you're taking 3D printing and you're making just more aesthetics, little props and scenes and stuff like that for stop motion, it's just amazing. It's just got a whole other aesthetic to it.
In 3D printing, I watch a lot of YouTube every day.
So,
What's that,
I'll
Matt?
catch you all later.
Take care, Matt. Have a great day. Thank you for dropping by. Appreciate it.
See you,
I
man.
watch a lot of YouTube like a lot of people do, and I think in the type of in 3D printing, if you're teaching somebody something in your video, your ratings go up. If you're just saying, "Looky what I printed" or "Looky what I painted," that's not going to get many views. But if you're explaining the process, not necessarily painting, but building and programming or CNC work, explaining how you made the file so somebody can follow it and try to recreate what you're doing, those will get a lot more hits. Or if you're in a bikini, you're 21 making cookies, that'll work too. But as far as
it's personality. So you either got sex selling or your personality. I know Sam, he's got a good crazy personality. Joel's got so your personality, your brand. You got to have a brand for your personality, and if your personality, that's part of your brand.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you locate on the.
Here's the thing, Josh. Okay, this is the problem that we've got is that when I'm doing stuff which is creative, so building robots, building death racers, building any of those kinds of things, what I'm finding more and more is that I'm getting opportunities to review more and more printers. And actually, it's not something that I wholeheartedly enjoy because you've got a
I wouldn't
metric.
either. I mean, you do have to be picky and choosy again. But you have people who are following you; they respect you.
Yeah, exactly. So so you've got this. Then you've already got this kind of wait for that one coming out, guys. There's a whole raft of stuff that comes with it, and then
he's going to wear a bikini. He's got to put the cowboy hat on.
I will put the hat on. Don't worry about that, Scott. You've got nothing to worry about there. It's all going to be good. So so
you're a mentor. People need a mentor. We like to have somebody to hold our hand.
Yeah. So a lot of the time, what I may do is I might say, okay, well, look, the printer is X amount of time old. So then a lot of the time I'll do stuff where I'll print something, but it will be, I'm going to print it on this printer because it's the best one for the job, or it's big, or it's small, or it's this, or it's that. But then there's other stuff like the Voron builds, which is so time and labor intensive.
Well, Mr. Lama.
It's, it's kind of like, do I even record half of this? Because, I get that other people will follow along, but that enablement of time is also very, very difficult sometimes. So, in the video I've just put out today is about this desk. And sometimes I'm like, well, I'm broadcasting or I'm editing from my home, but actually I recorded a lot of the stuff in the studio at the other place. So, it's kind of like, well, why are you doing that? And you get questions and stuff. And it's kind of like the whole thing is just a time management mission at all times.
For me, like when I got my Prusa, I didn't get my Prusa until 4 years of being into 3D printing.
Sure.
Now, for a company that tried to get you to review their 3-year-old printer, was that a fresh printer for you? Like, as far as that 3-year span went, where if you did review it, it might have been good for your community members to know, like, oh, there is a reliable printer that's been out for 3 years. It's not fresh, but it's reliable. I mean, and again, like you've got the printer kicking around and it's reliable.
So my first videos were on the CR10S5 and how to improve upon that and how to make those better. And then more recently with the CRM4, I've revisited that because they've obviously made some changes. And the reason that we went for that particular size is if you do the R2 building or you're into the big droid manufacturing and stuff like that, you need a bed size of 465. Okay, so the M4 does 470. Okay, so I went back and revisited that, but I think people have kind of moved on to the rat rigs now, the 500 rat rigs, which again I was involved with, and a lot of it was about this could really help the droid community of the droid building community, and that's why I selected some of those ones at that particular point in time. To be honest, am I really that interested in about doing another Ender 3 clone or a clone of this or a clone of that? Not really, not at all, in fact. But if there's a cost effectiveness to it, like the Soval was a good review to do, because the Soval was a cheap machine with Prusa qualities, so it kind of made sense to do that.
So you're not reviewing.
I hear you, and again, this is where
you're not reviewing.
You got to choose what you're going to choose as far as a content creator, and at the end of the day, like, what do you believe in, and on top of it, like, what have you worked with? What's your experience?
I'll get you a link, Richard. Tom
Absolutely. Well, I mean, the droids come first. That's the way I like to look at it. And certainly, we've kind of moved on from that with the Death Racers. That was the whole point, really, is to get away from the Star Wars aspect and try and embrace something else.
At the end of the day, you know your niche, and so like if you're telling people like, oh, go buy this printer, that printer, like you got to know too, like what is your niche? What are you getting into? Are you just printing little tchotchke trinkets that are 2x2x2, or are you doing full on, droids and stuff like that? And
absolutely,
I mean, and so too, like, just you know about Luban 3D, like you can have a small printer and then the slicer or software that actually expands your ability to then go big.
Well, here's an interesting one. Of all the printers that I reviewed, the one that I have the most of, I've not done a review on that printer.
Yeah, you're too busy printing with it, right?
No. They didn't ask me to.
There we go, Luban 3D.
They didn't ask me to. So I was like, well, what do you want? They said, well, hey, we're going to send you these things, and I was like, cool. What do you want for that then? And usually you get that. Well, if you can do a review on it, they were like, no, we just want you to use it.
Just have fun, right? I think that every reviewer should just be told to have fun. Use art, use it, and experience it, and promote it how you're experiencing it.
But they also know by doing that, Sam, that you're going, those printers are going to show up on your videos. You're going to talk about using those printers. They know exactly what they're doing.
Of course.
They don't need a review from you.
Any press is good press.
That's called product placement. It's pure and Zombie, product placement.
And Zombie, it was the agreement that I've got with Bamboo. And again, if it had been a shonky printer and it wasn't very good, then I'll be saying the same things that I'm saying about other printers that are shonky and not very good. It is what it is. But there's so much, Josh. There's so much into that, because you might have someone that's an entry level. You might not have someone that has the affordability. You might not have somebody that has any idea and they just want to press the button. They'd rather spend more money but not have the affordability on something. But it's simple. So there's so much of a ginormous paradox with just trying to select your niche, but I still go back to the droid building because that's what I know and that's what I really enjoy doing. So the printer that I use for those things is what's that, shonky? So shonky is kind of like a not very good process. It's kind of
I hate TPU. I can get TPU dialed in on a couple printers, primarily my Prusa, but like I hated printing those treads for the life of me. That was like the longest part of printing that. So for me, like at this point, if I was able to look at a printer that can print TPU good, that's a printer for me, because TPU for the as much as a stable, I think it's stable. It's kind of on par to PLA. Should be one of the easier materials to print with in a machine. But if your machine's struggling with it, and again, like, are your slicer settings, like, have you not dialed your slicer settings, or has it gotten contaminated with moisture?
Josh, when you've reached your breaking point with TPU, then print this stuff here.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's
wow.
That's 60A.
Yeah.
That's the softest TPU
who makes
you
that?
can really find. Isn't it Coex or what?
Coex.
Yeah, Coex. Yeah, this is their slightly harder stuff. Their next step up.
That looks
Hey Matt, you need one of those sit-stand desks, mate, rather than just standing up with an awkward whatever you're hiding behind your chair.
Better? Yeah, I know. I have some back issues right now, so.
Yeah, the height. So I only generally use Polymaker unless it's for a specific purpose, not to use the one. So yeah, the fast flow TPU works really well. And in fact,
Hey, tripod.
I haven't had a major issue. I suggest everyone buy an SVO7. I've not
You
even
got time, tripod. Come in and join us.
I've not even got mine out the box. I've been because it's the pom wheels and it's clipper and it seems like a step in the wrong direction. I'm still gonna do a review on it. I was just gonna do a live stream and just go, well, this is the printer, see what you think of it. But I think I'm gonna go a little bit more in depth with it. So that's one. We already have the Hurricane by BQ already has exactly the same kind of setup as what Sovol have done. So it's not revolutionary. It's going to be coming down to price and how good the printer is and how it performs over a period of time, right? So it's a minefield out there. There's so many people trying to copy things and do things differently and set up the Creality Cloud thing. Like, that's just a mess. The Creality Cloud is the AliExpress of 3D printing, is what I put on Twitter the other week. And it's just a colossal lot of stuff that makes no sense at all. So, I don't know.
But of course,
but we should talk more, Josh. I like where you're coming from.
Right on, man.
I like where you're coming from.
I mean, it's fast, we got a lot of stuff going on, and it's hard amongst what people are coming into when you get into 3D printing. It's just like we had COVID come around. All of a sudden, people are like, "Ooh, I can help my community and make shields." All of a sudden, you got a bunch of people who don't have anything to print anymore, and then the hobby or the profession that they've gotten themselves into is just and they don't have anything to do. And so for me, like doing Recreator 3D, that was like, what else can I do with these things? Like, I'm kind of bored doing basic printings. Let's make a project.
And Josh, you know who I am, right?
No, who are you?
He doesn't know who I am?
Who are
You
you?
and I sent a lot of emails before April.
I'm so lost.
They gave the film
I'm one of the organizers of Rocky Mountain Rep Rap.
Yeah, right on. Yeah.
So
I get so like, and this again.
Hang on. Did Justin just do it? Don't you know who I am?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
I pulled a sale.
Leave the light on.
Do you feel like you're famous now?
Going to Earth for me was very.
Justin, I'm definitely going to get you a T-shirt with "Don't you know who I am?" Don't you know who I think I am?
Get me that. I'll give you my address. Let's go.
One of the things that too, like going to the rep wraps, I really think like, if we had our name tags and stuff. And so like, it's one thing to put a face, when you're behind the keyboard to somebody, and to have strangers that are coming up to you like Josh Taylor. It's like, nice to meet you. So for me, like that was kind of a starstruck situation.
I call everybody, "Hey buddy." I'm bad on names. I'll say, "Hey buddy, hey buddy."
Yeah, same here.
And so one of the great things too is again, you talk to everybody in how we're talking, but to actually be face to face, it's just a whole different situation.
It's a lot more fun.
Just take some breath mints with you, here.
So next year I'm bringing halls, or this year just a whole hall. So if you want to come to my table, I'll have a halls for you.
Hey Tanner 3D, what's going on? How are you?
Where are you at,
Long
Josh,
time.
this year? Where can people see you?
I'm going to be going to Earth 2023. And then so we have a community member, an ambassador going to Murph, Gary. We didn't get a sponsor table there, but we have a sponsor table over at Smurf. So I'm happy that we're going to be, represented over there with one of our community members. He's going to have some print blocks from 3D Printing Professor. So we're kind of doing a collaboration table with 3D Printing Professor. And the print block should be in some form of a 3D printer with DVD mechanics and stuff. So that I think is fun to see smaller printers coming out, just like Rob Mink's Baby Belt. We got all these giant printers, but we don't really have smaller ones and stuff that we can tinker with a little more than just have like a giant thing to tinker with and learn.
Rob, he's still listening. Zach had a problem with the Baby Belt. He was on a stream the other day, I don't know what it was, but he had some kind of an issue with his Baby Belt printer. I don't remember what he said was going on, but it had a problem though.
Oh no!
Zach, if you're in chat, say something. What do you got, Shane?
Oh, the baby belt.
Baby belt.
Yeah.
I'm hearing a
Ooh,
loud
that is
buzzing
loud.
sound. Oh, it's gone.
Was that me? That's
Well, you touched your mic and it went away.
No,
You
I
got
had
the
one
idea.
homing.
I was planning on doing the same thing.
Yeah, so this is my baby belt. I gotta get some new motors for it, but that's what that project is.
Nice.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's always fun seeing my printer on other people's stuff. There is thank you, Bird. There is a new version of the baby belt coming out that's in development that's going to fix a lot of the problems, mainly the extruder and some other things, make it easier to tension and everything else. And I haven't announced this yet, but there might be a totally new version of the baby belt coming out that uses different motors.
Nice.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
Whatever you want, Rob, when you're up to it, let's do that video we're talking about.
Absolutely. Actually, yeah, Jerry. I don't know how busy you are tomorrow.
Sunday tomorrow. I'll probably be free.
All right, cool. All right, I'll poke you.
We can tape it offline, put it all together, and make a nice video out of it.
Cool.
Lizzie has got a parrot, and the other week when we were on here, that guy had a animatronic parrot as well, didn't he?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago, that guy had that animatronic parrot. That was pretty cool.
I invited him today, and he said he was busy working on it. He don't really have anything to show, so he might drop in next week. And here's those tumblers. Kate wanted me to show her tumblers again that she's selling.
Wow.
Very nice.
Well, I mean, the Nebraska Cornhuskers,
Yeah, I was born in Lincoln.
Again, the Nebraska Cornhuskers, I don't see no Kansas City Chiefs on there, but I won't go there because I lasered some coasters with the Kansas City Chiefs logo, and I got a cease and desist from the NFL.
My wife's an Alabama fan.
Hey, that's when you know you actually made it, when you get a cease and desist.
Well, it was it 2 years ago when they came back and won with 8 seconds left? So I made a coaster that says 8 seconds, hold my beer with the Kansas City Chiefs logo, and I threw them on the Facebook Marketplace. I couldn't laser them fast enough. That poor laser was running around the clock for 5 days, and then I get the postmaster showing up at my house with a hand-delivered cease and desist from NFL.
That's good though, because at least you got the branding on it, so you can still just take off their logo and just go with the 8 seconds because enough people know about it.
Yeah.
So, Rob, when you those little tiny stepper motors that you showed off there, about when is that going to happen?
I'm not exactly sure. The Baby
All
Belt
in due time when it's meant to.
Yeah, the Baby Belt 10.3 is in development right now, and that's going to use the same motors. I know, Shane, you just stripped out the gears in one of those again. The 10.3 is going to have a lot of good fixes. The extruder, the belt tensioner, fix the gap on the x-axis, all that stuff. And yes, there will be some reprinting of parts, of course. I do have the compatibility sheet on the GitHub. The Baby Belt Pro, oh, I said it out loud. It's real now. It is still in the initial. I haven't even printed any parts for it. I'm still capping.
Okay.
Yeah. And that is, working on it. I've been trying to keep it a little quiet and just working on it when I as a secondary project.
It's good not to talk about things too loud.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People might
but
hear.
I guess I got to step it up. I mean, I've finished all the other projects that I've put ahead of it at this point, except for getting the in development 10.3 version out of the existing Baby Belt. The Baby Belt Pro should be fun. It's going to use the Revo
Baby
hot
belt,
end.
baby back, baby belt.
It's going to use the NEMA 11 motors. It's going to use modular extruders that you can use. I'm basing it around the orbital.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got Sergio HVAC dropping in. Sergio.
Hey guys,
Hello.
Sam, everyone. I'm looking for somebody who's good with light burn.
You're looking for Matt Stoltz.
Yeah, I can't figure out this problem. It's
the
supposed
problem?
to be what I see. What is what I'm supposed to get, but the image when I print it is inverted, so I have to invert it in order for it to come out properly.
Modbot Daniel.
Yeah, I've done a lot with.
shirt, by the way,
I haven't
Sergio.
used
Nice
Lightburn
shirt.
a lot in about 6 or 8 months. You can flip it, but I can't tell you how. The LA hobby guy's not here. He can tell you in a heartbeat.
Yeah, he could probably next time.
Reach out to Modbot Daniel over on Discord.
Let me message.
Yeah,
he can fix it.
Let me message the LA hobby guy real
All right.
quick.
Yeah, I
See
need
if
to
he
get
can come
that
in.
figured out because every time I get ready to laser something, I have to invert it, and in order for it to come out the right way, which shouldn't be that way.
Has it always done that, or has it been just a certain version?
No.
Okay.
With the original EasyCAD, it was fine. It's when I went to Lightburn that happened.
Yeah, I wonder if Stepper is like backwards or something, or something that's thinking.
No, this is a Galvo.
Okay.
So I don't know. I can't. I tried. I looked through everything. I can't find anything that would invert it. So.
Well, at least you know what it is, so you can just,
Yeah, I mean, I can still use it,
Mhm.
but it's just that I shouldn't have to mirror it in order for it to come out right.
Yeah. There was a guy that did the video that I watched right before hopping on here. He was doing a Galvo cutter, and he had to like do something in the firmware to flip it around. So
That's what I think. It's got to be something in the firmware because I've even looked on through everybody's videos.
What laser are you working with? Is it that fiber laser you have?
Yeah, the 3D 3DP laser from what's it called? EM Smart.
Okay, I messaged the LA hobby guy. There's enough people in chat that have Lightburn that'll be able. We'll get the answer for you here in a minute.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah,
But I don't have the answer. I'm too forgetful. I don't have the answer. If I don't work with something every day and I come back to it in a couple months, I forget what I did a couple months ago and I got to relearn it. And that's Tom's truth.
Oh, what brand was it again?
The EM Smart 20 watt.
Oh, that's the exact video I was watching. He had to flip something in his. Here, let me post something in the private chat here.
Ah.
Yeah, there's no reason for you to leave the stream and not have your answer.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that that's actually the same laser and everything. Yeah, he had to flip something in the firmware. I was working on some other printing stuff, and I was like, "Oh,
okay, here's what Shane shared in private chat. Right here, you can click on it, Sergio.
I got it.
All right. Okay.
Right, chaps, I'm going to have to shoot because it's quite late here, so I shall see you soon. Take care of yourselves. Good talking to you all.
Take care, Sam. Thank you very much for dropping in.
See you, Sam.
Catch you later, guys.
See you,
Bye for now.
Sam. Remember to buy propane and propane.
Hey, listen, I will message you tomorrow as well, Scott, about that hotel. All right?
And wear a cowboy
we'll get
hat.
it taken care of.
And wear a
Take
cowboy
care,
hat
my
and wear
friend.
one of these shirts. All right. See you later. Cheers, guys. Bye.
Bye. We got room for one more. If anybody would like to drop in, I'll repost the link.
Well, I'm gonna have to drop out. I got to go fix dinner and take my dogs out. And
same thing here.
3-4 printers over in the other room that are done that need stuff changed out on them. So
Thank you very much, Scott. I appreciate you dropping by.
Yep, we'll catch up again next week. Bye, everybody. It was a good time.
Oh,
See you next
are
time.
you on?
around.
Oh, you're on Facebook, right? I couldn't find you when I went to send you a link.
Yeah, I'm on Facebook.
I thought we were friends on Facebook. Send me a friend request. I couldn't find you.
I'll have to open it up because right now you won't find me and you won't be able to send me a request. So I'll unlock it and send you a link to your email.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
See you guys.
See ya.
That's something interesting. Nightbot just hits Kate Beasley with a blacklist spam. I'm not sure what was going on there.
Oh, did it? Let me see that.
Yeah. Yeah, she's kind of a regular person. Anyways, I gotta head off too. I got to do dinner and everything. So
take care, Shane. Thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate it.
Hey, Shane, thanks a lot for the link.
Good seeing you real quick.
Yeah.
Let me turn off Nightbot, Kate. Nightbot's something I have running in the background. I can shut it down.
Nightbot. Yeah.
Okay, Nightbot shut down. Alrighty.
Oh my goodness, what a day! I had to drive to Philadelphia, and I left at 7 o'clock this morning and got back at 3:30. My sister decides that she doesn't want to stay in Philadelphia anymore, so she's selling the house, going back to New York, going back to Brooklyn.
I shut down Nightbot and it's still running.
Uh oh.
Let me check it again. I have it shut down.
I tell you, the AI is trying to take over.
There you go.
I'm logging back into Nightbot, but I had it shut down. Yeah, it was shut down. I don't know why it popped up anything.
Nightbot's gone. What was
Road,
that?
Maybe it was in the queue already.
I completely logged out unless there was something in the queue that built up.
Yeah, it's Terminator all over again.
Skynet.
Yeah.
Yep.
I try to cut down spam with Nightbot, and how I got around the porn spam that we used to get on YouTube is you have to subscribe for 5 minutes before you can comment. And ever since I've done that, when I set that up in the back end, I've never had no more of that spam crap pop up.
Wait, what'd you do? Because I'm in several groups, and lately the spam has been insane.
Just the porn crap that pops up usually.
Yeah.
Just go to your settings and you set up your live stream or whatever, and it's set on subscriber mode only, and had it set to like 5 minutes.
Oh, so this is just on like a live stream. I'm talking in general, just like in Facebook groups. Facebook has gotten vile in the last month.
Oh yeah.
Groups, I delete the comments or delete the people. I got a Facebook group, 3D printing and painting, and when people start throwing up crap I don't like, or it has nothing to do with 3D printing, I just boot them. I can delete their content, or I can delete them.
Set up admin assistance so that I can. Unfortunately, if you don't have a profile that's if it's fresh under a month, you're spam as far as I'm concerned. So.
And you can always do the questions to join the group too, of course.
Yeah, I don't let people automatically join my group. Me and my wife or some of the other mods have to. We go and we look at their page, their profile, see what other groups they've joined. If they're in other groups that all they do is sell crap,
that's a lot of work.
Yeah, well, this takes a minute to look at them and either approve or decline.
I don't have this problem. I have an open group, and I don't have this problem with spamming. I had occasionally like a scammer inside, like trying to sell a 3D printer, but he got immediately booted and blocked. 750.
I think once you hit 1,000 is when you become more susceptible to just people who end up, I think, flagging you, and you become part of the spam bot list.
Yeah, my group is set as private. My Facebook group is set as private.
Then I will change it over to a private group, and of course we'll get some more moderators.
I've tried to stay public mainly because my community members like to go into other groups and promote our project, and there's a part of me that wants to go private, but the majority of people like to keep it public, I guess. So
yeah, no, me too. Well, I try to teach people how to make lithopanes and all that, and
well, when you're teaching and you're training people, it's good to just stay public, because once you close yourself to a private group, you then lose the potential of people sharing your content and sharing their content. Like one of the big things in the groups is just people being able to have a facility to share what they're doing. They might not feel like they can do that elsewhere because, maybe their family doesn't care what they're doing, so their printing community and their group becomes their family, where I can show what I printed today because these people care.
Yeah, I talked to my family about 3D printing, like my brother also. Don't talk to me about that.
Yeah, it's like my sister. I can't talk to her about anything, or my wife doesn't want to hear it. So all I talk about is 3D printing. I say, it's not 3D printing. We're talking about the CNC, or we're talking about resin. It's not 3D printing.
They don't care.
Anyway,
it's the same thing.
Yeah.
I'll walk in.
I've heard that for years.
I'll walk in with a part I designed, like, oh, look, it fits so well. And my son and my wife look at me and go, does it friction fit?
Well,
and my joke is friction fitting parts.
Well, here's the solution to people that don't want to hear you talk about 3D printing. Would you rather them at the bar drinking or gambling? But then they shut up. That right there will stop it. They still don't want to hear it, but they understand your point. Because you could be out blowing your money, gambling, drinking, whatever else.
Yeah. I could blow it all on blow, and you know what? That's what I need to do. Okay.
I think though that's like, again, that's where I asked, like, what are people doing with all their spent filament? Because at the end of the day, kind of,
and I don't do drugs, so
you're on a level of trying to achieve color filament prints to the point where we're wasting our money. Like that's a sickness to some degree.
Yeah.
Well, your wife has how many purses and how many pairs of shoes?
No, I hear you. I mean, like, I have my collection.
And then here comes Christmas, and she wants another one. I'm like, well, you have 10, right? Why do you want another one? Or whatever it might be. That's a made-up number.
I'm about to box up a bunch of printer stuff and send it to Rob, just because, again, I'm on a, he even asked me, do you want to join tonight? Because I'm kind of on a purging of some 3D prints, just because I do come from a hoarding background, and I do have to make sure that I'm, not that I don't want to turn into my father, but I know that he's got really bad hoarding tendencies. So
I grew up poor, so I have. Sorry, man.
You come from a perspective of I grew up poor, so you want to have what you didn't have.
You just collect things because you never know when it'll come in handy.
You grow up and a lot of things you want when you're younger you can now buy, but most of the stuff you want is still out of reach. It's so damn expensive. So
when they throw in inflation and everything now, it's really hard. So and you got to think too. Like I mentioned, eBay. We have a whole culture now that didn't exist as far as being able to buy the things that you grew up with. They would just get thrown away. Now we can list them on eBay, and some other person can buy them.
Yeah.
Yeah. One man's junk is another man's treasure.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my dad's motto.
Yeah.
That's when I first came down to Washington and started working for the first HVAC company that I was working at. They would send me out to this place out near Dulles Airport. It was called Zenith Tech. And one day I was up on the roof with checking the air conditioner. So I went to the edge of the roof and I'm looking down, and these dumpsters are back there. And I'm going, wait a minute, there's all computer stuff back there. Ooh. So I ran around the back. When we were leaving, went around the back. Oh my God, we started pulling out hard drives, monitors, keyboards, all kinds of stuff. Now we're talking 20 some odd years ago. That was big. You should see. I took all that stuff, put it in a trailer, went to what's called a ham fest, made a fortune.
Oh God.
Well, that's how I got my first job. I was dumpster diving behind a mom and pop computer store, and they caught me in the dumpster and like, do you know how to use that stuff? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh, come on inside.
I was dumpster diving otherwise.
Yeah. So I was like, you know how to use SCSI hard drives and how to set IRQs and DMAs on ISA cards? And I'm like, yeah. So they came, they brought me in. I thought they're gonna call the cops on me, and then they offered me a job.
Once it's in the garbage, anybody can take it. As long as you're not trespassing on private property to get to it, it's not a problem.
That's how I get all my filament. I just go through my neighborhood on recycling day and take out 2-liter bottles, and then I put it through my pultrusion unit.
Ah, there you go. Yeah. I've seen it. I saw a video of somebody doing that. It's interesting.
Oh, it's crazy just how big the scene's growing on that aspect. And again, when you can just go to your neighbor and say like, hey, what kind of water are you drinking? And they're like, I got all these gallons of water. And I'm like, great, can I have them?
Sergio, Kate wants you to see this bottle. Is this the one you're talking about, Kate?
Is that leather or printed?
Oh, I didn't. I saw that like a stream ago or 2 streams ago. Yeah, that's very nice. I was looking at all that miniature stuff. Was it that? Was it her that was making it? Yeah, the miniature
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah. Very nice.
Yeah, I'll wrap up.
I wouldn't have the patience to do something like that.
Well, it takes a lot of work to
Yeah,
be
I can
hands-on like
imagine.
that.
Justin, what you been up to?
Oh, just fixing printers. Finally, I have all the parts I need to.
You were working
Hopefully
on
get
it 2 nights
yes.
ago.
I'm working on this printer right now.
Oh, okay.
And then
He's
I'm waiting
prepping
on
for,
Amazon for this.
The next Rocky Mountain Festival.
Yeah. Dude, that thing's, Josh, it's going to be 36,000 square feet next year. Double at the
Dude,
same
you already
venue.
so like one of the things I asked Chris, just because at Earth, like I being in a social situation like that was a lot for me.
Oh, I
And
bet.
I saw videos time lapse from like Chris's basement showing just how many people came in at one point, and
oh my God, yes.
I had a little mild anxiety attack.
Dude, we had 2,100 and some people on Saturday.
It was nuts, dude.
It was
and so like
beyond anything.
it's just nonstop talking for people. So to think like one of the things for me at Earth was to have the black curtains.
Mhm.
So that was the
Yeah.
first thing I asked Chris was like, are you going to have your black curtains? Because that made things feel less crazy.
Yeah. So we aren't for so I went to Murph and Earth last year. I hybridized them. I did not like Earth having those walls personally, and we don't want to break up that spirit because it feels like a trade show for us.
Sure.
It also made
Like
it a
it's
lot
like what's the
quieter,
difference
though.
too? Because again, like that felt more trade show for people, and I come from a background of trade shows, so for
Yes.
me, like that was more comfortable. But I've never experienced Murph. A lot of people wanted me to experience Murph because they thought the Recreator would be more appropriate to Murph and instead of Earth. And so I get now we talk about the different aspects of, well, why would you go to Murph over Earth?
Right.
Or
Take care, Cleo.
Rocky Mountain, like you guys brought in a huge draw. Do you think you had one of the bigger draws than
Yes. I am told not to compare numbers by
No,
my
dude,
co-organizers.
come on, though.
So over 2 days, not including sponsors, makers, and staff, we had just over 3,150 people.
That's insane.
Murph and Earth get 1,700 to 1,800 over 2 days.
Not 2 years ago.
Huh?
You guys gonna
No.
have like a device there, so I can be there like over a camera or something?
I don't know yet. The Wi-Fi is not great, so
Okay.
Rob,
For only your
the
first
best
year,
thing
you have
for
like a
you.
billion people there. I wouldn't even worry about what the
There you
numbers.
go. You
That's
gotta
what I'm
get
saying.
to
Bro.
mention this for Rob.
Too many
Yeah.
people talking. What? There's like 4 people talking.
You'd have like a million people there show up for the first year. Next year will automatically be bigger.
Well,
so plan for it.
even if we hit the same number next year, I'll be happy. We did 10-foot aisles and it was not enough. And I was told at the venue, hey, 10-foot aisles should be fine.
Dude, that venue was so small with the amount of people that went through.
Oh my God. Yeah. We're going to have on the outer ring. I think we're looking at 14-foot aisles and then 10-foot everywhere else, but we're going to have 36,000 square feet and a break room for sponsors.
Did you have a quiet space for like somebody
No.
like me I can go and run to? And
No,
cry
but
for
we
2
will.
minutes?
We will next year. we there's a place in the building we can rent a room. We're gonna cordon it off, make it so you can walk in, have a quiet place, chairs, tables.
Like I always
hang out.
thought for the longest, those things are stupid. Why does somebody need their own private room? But then I started experiencing stuff like that.
Well,
where I'm
it won't be
like, I really
private, but it'll be a break room where you and other sponsors can go and hide for
there you
3
go.
minutes.
Kate, what are we looking at here? Is this
And the
miniaturized you
sensory
made?
overload
Yeah.
isn't as bad.
Yeah, Kate sent me this picture just now. It's miniaturized.
Wow.
That's fun. Is that like in a with
In a wine glass.
whiskey glass or
beer glass?
Yeah.
So yeah, like at this point too, if somebody was trying to say like, well, I can only experience one Rep Rap festival, and they had the choice of any Rep Rap festival, what would be the benefit of going going across country to Rocky Mountain as opposed to East Coast? Because
that's not a question I can answer. That's a good question any of my other sponsors could have answered. Because we had Printed Solid ship stuff from Delaware. We had Green Gate and Cookie Cat ship stuff from New York. So we had, Polymaker
by the way,
from Shanghai.
Thank you for keeping it very cost effective for sponsors, because I was able to get a sponsor table with you where I wasn't able to get one with Rocky Mountain. And
what you mean with someone else?
And
with
so
who?
I was expecting to pay a certain price with Earth, which went up. So again, thank you, because that allowed me as a small person to come in with a brand new project and showcase myself.
Now, I didn't understand what you just said. You said you couldn't get one with Rocky Mountain, and he is Rocky Mountain.
You mean
No, so just again, amongst the pretty much they're the only ones that kept it really cost effective for new
and it will go up next year. Not crazily. We're still the platinums, golds are going up a bit.
And I understand. I mean, if you have the venue to cover, but again,
and we're also upping the amount of sponsors. Bronze.
I thought you lived in California, Jack.
We're keeping accessible because we want the small companies to come out.
I mean, again, personally, I think if more and as a leader within the Rep Rap festivals, I would say the more that you could push that to people to be able to bring in the small groups, because that's what's going to be the key aspect of these events.
Right. Well, that's why platinums and golds pay for their advertising in the sponsorship. They pay for more stuff, this, that, and the other. It's just for us figuring out how much the venue is going to cost next year with everything going on, as well as even if we get the same amount of people, we know our costs are going up, because there were things like lanyards. We didn't even have we blew out of lanyards in 3 hours.
Sure.
Because when I ordered lanyards, we had just under 1,000 people signed up 6 weeks before the event. And then 4 weeks before the event, I could show you the arc on my app. It went bonkers.
I'm sure, guy, you had a good response for people.
That look, open tickets January 1st, February, March, April. Hold on, let me go back to April. The week of the event, we had 1,300 people sign up.
So now you're pretty close to Murph, though. Now, so do you feel like you brought a lot of people in from Murph?
No. Well, yes and no. Murph has a problem of location. They are 2.5 hours minimum from any major airport, not including South Bend, because you can connect into there. We are 45 minutes to an hour. There are 15 hotels in 3 miles and about 30 restaurants. You don't need a car. You can take a bus to the hotels or the Northern Colorado non-commercial regional airport and walk across the highway and be there.
That's key. I mean, just like somebody said, at Earth's after party, getting back responsibly to your room at the end of the day. Everybody's so excited about.
There's a hotel in the parking lot. Here, let me show the map. I'll share my screen here in just a sec, Jerry.
Because I know, my aunt was trying to get me to get out there,
right?
And I was just like, I don't know where I'm gonna stay. But then people were like, "Yo, you can just stay on the strip. You can get an Uber."
Yep. So, Jerry,
I'm looking for it. There you go.
All right. So here's where the event was. This building right here. That was the Northern Colorado. We're gonna have this building too, and then there's the connection. But there's a hotel.
Wow.
A lot of people stayed there, and that hotel has 300 rooms. I don't know. It had a ton of
really
rooms.
It's that close.
It's that damn close. You can walk across the parking lot.
I'd be slurring over there.
Oh yeah. And then if you go down here, 1, 2, 3, 4 hotels, 5 hotels, 6 hotels within less than a mile. Then you go down here.
That's a
2
walking
miles.
distance. I mean, I'd walk that.
And then you go down here, and there's 5 more hotels. Or no, 6 more hotels. Like, and then there's food, restaurants, shopping, Fort Collins, Greeley, Love. Like, it's just massive. Like, let's see, where's my?
So I'm asking questions because ultimately, it might
ladies and gentlemen, we got Rich popping in. Shane,
there's the hotel. Look
Shane
at that
took
hotel.
off, didn't he?
That's nice.
Yeah, and then
I was thinking about doing
unshare.
a New England one.
Hey, everybody.
The which one?
Shane had a question a little bit ago, but he already popped out. He was having trouble with light burn.
Oh.
Well, no, it was Sergio. He'll be back in a minute. It was Sergio having the problem.
Is Richard McLean rich? The Louisiana hobby? No, it's not.
Yes.
So Richard, no, Richard McLean, Vegas. The cost of that event, just the building, will probably crest $100,000. Because you're talking Vegas.
He has a fiber laser and he has an image that's inverted. He doesn't know how to invert it correctly in light burn. So that's why I pinged you if you might be able to pop in and help him.
Josh, I can at least give you an idea of what the bronze pricing is offline if you want to message me, but I'm not willing to share that publicly at this time.
Oh no, that's fine. I mean,
but I can tell you, based on what you pay, you'll still be able to afford it.
Yeah, it's at the end of the day, like I'm trying to find like venues and stuff just to get ideas and stuff. But like, I give you a lot of credit. I give Chris a lot of credit. Anybody who's doing any of these rep rap festivals, like it is.
Here's the kicker: me, Mike, and Zach have never in our lives done any kind of event planning.
You killed it.
Never. Like, no idea what the hell we were doing. My wife wrote up a spreadsheet, said, "Hey, this is what you need to think about," and I just ran with it.
Justin,
sometimes you're better off that way, not knowing what you're doing.
Is Zach going to be at the next Rocky Mountain?
What? Zach?
Yeah.
I assume so.
Okay. I'm scared of anything with Rocky Mountain in it right now, but I may go for the next event.
Why are you scared of anything with Rocky Mountain in it?
Because I'm still recovering from Rocky Mountain spotted fever.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, that kicked my butt.
Well, that's a little different. The good thing is you come here, you know.
How's it going, Rich? What have you been up to today?
High, and then you can't get, you're already high coming here, and you get higher.
I've been working on tomorrow's project. Actually, I just came back into this office. If you want to see it, I can go grab it real quick.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Rich, the LA Hobby Guy, if you are not subscribed or following him on YouTube, please do so. It's got an awesome channel. Everything about light burn. He explains in detail how to do millions of different things. That's a great channel.
So
I love the green going on.
Thank you. Thank you, Jerry. Hey, so tomorrow's live stream on the Laser Makers Realm is going to be my holiday gnome.
There you go.
So
Nice.
it's all cut out of one piece of wood, but it is 3-dimensional.
Nice.
So this is my holiday gnome. I have a whole gnome collection. I think this one is 10 inches tall. I don't do the back. I just do my brand on the back. But this is what tomorrow's project is going to be on the Laser Makers Realm. This is what I've been working on today. I started this about an hour ago, and the worst part was the painting. That was the hardest part, was the painting. But I have a whole collection of gnomes for most holidays, and every holiday I put up a different gnome. I think the last one I did was the Irish gnome. Oh no, Easter. Easter was the last one.
Nice.
So what are you guys up to today?
Well, we had more people on. We're just slowly winding down. I've been on for 3 hours, 15 minutes. I'll try to go at least 4 hours. And Josh, which has never popped in before, has been here with us the whole time. And Sam Prentice was just here. And
I got your message to pop in, and I can't stay long because I have a dinner date with my wife. I got to go. That's her calling right now.
Sergio right below me. I wish you'd come back on camera so we can resolve this real quick.
So, Josh, I was going to tell you. So, here's the benefit of the $50 sponsorship that we did. 3D Chameleon Bill did that. Over 2 days, he sold 100 units.
I mean, I hope
you got it.
The amount of traffic that I had come in from just going and being a part of of it, like,
Yeah.
and it's good. It's
Yeah.
good. Like,
Yes. Yeah, and I can't believe. I mean, that's $20K in sales in 2 days.
Hey, Sergio's coming right back. I just
You
PM'd him.
know, holy crap, that
and
pays
so
for your
again,
trip real
it's more
fast.
the aftermath too. So now you've got everybody who went there, and it's a 2 days, and so like you can have everything going on for those 2 days, but it's the trickle effect. You've got 3 to 4 weeks after your event that's going to bring in even more.
Massive more, yep.
And so again, too, if you've got, depending on who you got for coverage at the event and who's attending it, bring all that full circle.
The
There he is.
only influencer we
Yeah,
paid to be
Sergio,
there.
there's Rich right above you. Ask away on Lightburn.
The only
Hey, Rich.
How you
the
doing,
only
Sergio?
person that we had that we paid to be there was Jim Edutech and Caleb and Sarah. We did not pay Joel. We did not pay Stefan. We did not pay
Justin.
Grant or anyone.
Let Sergio talk to Rich about his Lightburn.
Real quick, Justin. So, in Lightburn, on my, I have one of those. I have a 20-watt
and it's
EM
finished.
Smart, and when I go to laser something, I have to mirror it in order for it to come out right on whatever I'm lasering. And I didn't have to do that before on EasyCAD.
Oh, you got your origin set wrong.
On a fiber origin?
Oh, on a fiber?
Yeah.
You have to mirror it for it to come out right?
Yes.
Ooh, I'm not sure. I'm not that experienced with the fiber. I'm not sure what that would be. I don't know why
Okay.
you'd have to mirror it.
Yeah, somebody sent me a video I'm going to look at. Apparently somebody had that problem and said that they had to do something in the firmware.
Oh, no, it's not in the firmware. It's in the settings. So I don't have my fiber connected right now. Let me see if I can do this real quick.
Okay.
Let's see. I've got 28, 29 lasers in here. So give me a minute to find it. Where is it?
Did Justin run away?
I think we made them cry.
Hang on one second.
He'll get over it.
Just give me a sec because I got to connect over the network, so it's going to take a minute.
Sure.
All right.
I had to use the restroom. Dang watermelon going right through me.
I had to go take care of the dogs real quick. They needed to go out.
Josh, I had a question for you. I just got to figure out who it was. It was was it Wandering Archaic? No. There was someone, what was his name? He was at Earth. He was the Focus rep, and I traded him for a Focus, and he was using my palette to try to spool your Recreator stuff.
Aaron?
Yes. Did he ever have any success with that? Do you know? With palette, like using the palette to put the filament together.
I don't know if he did, but I've been using a Palette 2 Pro.
Is that
specifically a Palette 2 Pro with my Pet 1 filament?
Is that your Palette 2 or is it the one he sent you?
This is the one that I bought for Mosaic.
Oh, cool. Okay, I traded him for a Palette 2.
And I know, I don't know if he continued to do his work with his palette or what, but he's gone into getting into Boron, and I think he's got an enraged rabbit feeder and all that jazz. So I'm not too sure where he's at. I know he got a bamboo, and I think once you get your bamboo, that's kind of what you're working with at that point. So.
Yeah. And I'm personally not interested in a bamboo, but I'm waiting to see what they do next.
Okay, so I think
printer 1 and 2. We'll see.
I think I had the same problem with my Rakis when I first set it up, and it was in the device settings.
Okay.
And I had to tick on reverse direction or negate in the device.
Negate. I think I tried that, but I'll try it again.
Yeah, because I had the same problem. Mine were coming out backwards as well.
Do you have to shut down Lightburn and restart to get it to take effect?
No, not on the
That's
fiber.
in Galvo 1, right? Yeah. Okay.
I use
As
Galvo
the
too.
red light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're probably not using Galvo too.
Hey, Stone Monkey
yeah.
Research.
No, I am.
hello.
Okay.
I'm using it for framing. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Galvo 1 is the one that I use to cut. I do the same thing. Galvo 2 is for framing.
Okay, so
And-
negate. I'll try that. Okay.
Yeah, try turning on the negate, and that should solve the problem. I had the same problem when I first got mine.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. All right,
Thank
Jerry,
you.
I'm gonna jump out because
Right.
my wife just called me a minute, as you saw.
Thank you very much for coming in and helping Sergio. I really appreciate
thanks
it.
for coming on. I appreciate that.
Yes,
to-
sir. My pleasure. I wish I
Have a
could
great
have
day.
been on the whole day today, but I had to get this project done for the live stream tomorrow.
What time are you on tomorrow, real quick?
2 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, Laser Maker's Realm on YouTube.
Thank you, sir.
By the way, I've been watching a lot of your videos.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
All right.
Okay, y'all have a great night. I'm going to jump out.
Bye-bye.
Take
Okay,
care.
bye-bye.
I hope that helped you out, Sergio.
Yeah, I think I did try the negate, but maybe I should have turned it off and turned it back on, and because sometimes things work like that. But I'll try that. Tripod also had the same problem, and I did talk to him, but he could not remember what he did to fix it. So
Patrick from Laser Maker's Realm that usually has dropped in the last few weeks. If you still have trouble, PM me, let me know, and I'll connect you with Patrick on Facebook, and then he can try to help you out if he can't solve it.
okay, great. I'll try that. The only reason I won't try it now is because if I turn on light burn, it messes up my camera.
Okay.
So when we get off, I'll try it real quick and see what happens.
Let me see what we got.
And then
Oh,
I'll
wow.
put it
There
in
you
the-
go.
That's from the event.
A lot of famous
got
signatures
damaged
there.
plates
That's
and had
super
it
fun.
signed. And then where's the other?
What size is that
You gotta
thing?
get that frame.
I know it's a 355 by 355 plate.
Wow,
That's cool.
Super fun.
And then this was fun. Oh, hold on, I want to make sure it didn't fall. Yeah.
I love watching the videos of you, man. By the end of it, you were just so spent.
Dude, I loved it though. It was worth every penny.
A
Oh,
portal
yeah, I saw
cube.
that.
That's
The
awesome.
Voron team printed each part individually because this was the first time they'd been together as a whole.
Sure,
And
sure.
handed me this cube,
That's
signed
awesome.
it and everything. Like,
Well, if it went all the way through, your cat would probably crawl in the middle and sleep in it.
oh, I'm sure. My cat's actually right here right now. I don't know why. And then Big Jano had printed this
Yeah, it's amazing. You done an
Yeah,
awesome
so
job on
and
it.
handed it to me. So I think next year we're just gonna make this a 4 and be done.
Yeah.
It'll be easy, cheap, $20 or so to modify. You can take me off
Oops.
large. It's fine. This office is a mess anyway. Printer building and modifying gets expensive and messy.
Oh, Jerry, I got to thank you for letting me come on. And Rob's been kind of busting me to join. And it's
Yeah,
hard
you're-
every now and again to break, I guess, our routine and do something different. So thank you for allowing
You're always welcome every Saturday, 1 p.m. I'm always here. And if you have other friends you'd like to invite on, bring them in. They're welcome.
Yeah, I threw out the invite. Hopefully, I'll get somebody else. But again, like if I didn't have Rob kind of throwing out the invite, and it's just nice to have the social aspect that I don't really get elsewhere. So it's
Recreator3D.com. Yeah, you're welcome to plug anything you want to plug. YouTube, your website, anything you want. If you want, you can throw them in private chat and I can share them, or you can just tell everybody. Either way, it's fine. If you have some links you want to share, I'll put them up in chat. Yeah, Rob, what might be a good time tomorrow? You want me to get a hold of you tomorrow morning, afternoon? What kind of time frame? Or you're not sure?
That's a good question. I have to drop my wife off at work at about 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 10 a.m. Sorry, Eastern Standard Time. So I'm free in between 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. because she works 12 hours shifts in the hospital.
Okay, right now it's 4:19 here in Vegas. What's your time? What time is it there?
7:19, 3
Okay,
hours.
3 hours ahead.
Mhm.
All right.
So you probably don't want to start at 7 a.m.
Yeah, I'll get a hold of you later on in the morning, and we can figure it out. And then we can
All right.
go into StreamYard offline, record, and if there's, and then I can
Jerry-
put it all together and make something out of it.
Let me give you my cell phone in private.
Ooh, everyone call Rob.
I mean, everybody already does because I own a business and my cell phone people give out my cell phone number, so I'll get calls at like 2 a.m. on a Sunday, like, "Hey, can you fix my computer?" I'm like, no, not right
Not
now.
at 2 in the morning.
No,
That's when you charge a $300 inconvenience fee.
Everybody watching, here's some links from Josh. I'm post. Here's the first one. Let me go grab the second one.
That's so
Yeah,
cool, man.
the second one's just going to the MK5 build for people who have an Ender 3 that no longer want to print with the Ender 3 or is no longer printable, but still serves function elsewise. So,
Well, it came out good, Matt.
Yeah. Those look cool.
I'm very jealous of people who are actually doing MMU, but for when you're trying to be cost effective,
right?
You got to be making that money. So hopefully people are doing like 10 ups and not just 1 ups.
Yeah, that's why I did my tool changers. But like I said, just it's not as reliable as an MMU.
I mean, you still have purge, right?
Not really as much. You just got to get rid of the super molten PLA, and that's just maybe a 10 mil extrusion, and then you wipe it on a wiper, and you go to town.
What's the man's name that came out with the one on the Ender? Now he put it on the bamboo, and he printed out the thing out of resin, and it changes colors. I can't think of his name.
Oh, Bill
Steele.
Bill Steele?
Bill Steele.
Yeah, he
That
was
looks
originally.
like there's almost no waste there at all on his system, but
the chameleon. Yeah, there is no waste.
A little bit purging, but
just a little.
Yeah. I know Bill Steele more for polar stuff, because I went through a polar phase. And Bill, I think, made the original polar 3D
How are you doing today?
Hey, Freakin.
I went through a phase one time, the polar phase.
Well, I made auto-ejecting polar printers.
There you go.
So, I don't know if anybody else has done an auto-ejecting non-belt printer that actually prints off the bed without like a scraper or secondary motor or something like that.
I'll be back, guys.
All right.
Alrighty. See you later, Justin.
Check what I got in the garage. I can't make sure it's still working since I lost my dust boot earlier.
I'm CNC movement. Looks good.
Yeah, it's still moving. It's nothing's on fire.
You don't have to go in there and blow it off, blow all that sawdust
Well,
off?
I still got my dust collector still on. I think it's sucking up all the MDF.
Oh,
It's
okay.
got enough. I took the brush off because it fell off the magnets and it was chewed through it. I chewed it up as I showed you, but looks like it's still keeping it clean.
Cool.
So does anybody think, like, now that we've had kind of a switch to not necessarily a switch, but we've been introduced a new flavor of Kool-Aid with Clipper versus Marlin, and do we feel like we're going to have another firmware come soon, or do we feel like there's going to be another slicer be introduced?
Yeah, they're gonna be another slicer introduced soon.
Yeah, slicers definitely. I think firmwares are consolidating down. There used to be all sorts of different firmwares, and now it's.
I know Luban is coming out with a slicer.
I'm super excited.
And now that
you guys
Marlin
don't
has
even know.
implemented input shaping, so
Here's a better look at Mr. Mink. Anybody wants to see him? Here you go, Freeheathen. There's a good close up of him.
Avert your eyes.
Yeah.
So, Rob, are you doing anything with your? I'm gonna butcher your name, but your iPad mobile station behind you that you were showing off before. Is that gonna move forward into something that we'll see at the rep wraps? Rather than just behind you.
Thanks for hitting. I asked when I signed up as a sponsor booth at East Coast Rip Rap Festival if they'd allow it, and crickets.
I think it's gonna be something you just got to do because it's if you're gonna show it, just have it go around the parking lot.
Yeah, I mean, I made the mistake of asking instead of just doing last year, and
you should have just taken it and had it there. And then you're doing whatever you're doing. Then they might come by and say, "Oh, well, you can't run it." Say, "Okay, I'll turn it off," and then they will keep walking.
Yeah. I I was told no last year due to landlord issues. They wouldn't tell me any more than that. But they came by and saw it last year and like, oh, you know what? Actually, that's pretty cool and not as scary as we thought it was going to be. So who knows?
I think that's the thing you gotta try to avoid is making something sound scary to an event organizer. Like just like, hey, I got this great idea. It might set your venue on fire.
No, it's. Thank you, Bird. It's less scary, has less power than a Death Racer or one of the dragster cars in terms of battery capacity. It has safeties built in. It has watchdog timers for the movement motor, so if it loses internet connection or the microcontroller on it locks up, it'll reset. It actually has 2 processors, one that handles the streaming and the web connection, and then the secondary one which just controls the motors and low-level sensors. And if there's a communication interrupt, if there's a power loss, any of those things, the motor controller microprocessor, the Arduino, will reset and go into non-armed mode and reset the ESCs for the motor controllers too.
Jerry, you're being raided, I think.
1 second, right there.
Yeah.
So Rob, how does that get controlled? Am I like got an iPad in front of me with like a control system where I'm able to see what's in front of me as well as myself so that I can drive around?
Keyboard and mouse, yeah. Kind of like a Zoom session with like forward, backward, left, right buttons.
Cool. So like
I'm hearing dinging. What's happening?
Can jump into it.
Yeah, you're getting raided, Jerry, from Chaos Trucker.
Oh my lord! Just got a raid of 69 people. Let me talk here for a minute, guys.
That's not me.
Chaos Trucker, thank you very much. Oop, that's the wrong picture.
Yeah, I believe he's printing right now a boat.
Hello. Thank you for the raid, Chaos Trucker. I hope you had a great stream. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'm Jerry with 3DHP. I live in Las Vegas here in the U.S. And each and every Saturday at 1 p.m. Pacific, I go live on YouTube and Twitch. And I have makers around the world, up to 10 people at a time on stream. We talk about 3D printing, lasers, resin, what else? CNC, painting, just a little bit of anything and everything that we're working on. And thank you very much for the raid. Please consider following. I'd really appreciate it. If you would like to drop in on camera, I share the link throughout the stream. And each and every week, except we already had a filament giveaway earlier. 3 times a month, I give away filament. We've already had that drawing earlier, but I hope you had an awesome stream. And, thank you very much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And, I guess that's about it, but I'll share it. And thank you for the follow. And let me get back to Rob was talking and he can get back to talking. And thank you very much.
Thanks, Jerry. No, I was just talking about a teleprompter robot that may or may not happen at East Coast Rep Festival, depending on if they allow it this year.
I'll be back in a second. I got to get the dogs back in.
Alrighty. And speaking of pets, if you're hearing weird background noises such as raspberries being blown or squawks or whatever, I have a bird, so it's not somebody with bad gas.
Yes, Friendship Lights. I read every comment. We all read the comments, and I post the most relevant comments. Depends what's being said, but I read everything. And if I was slacking, I apologize if that needs to be said. And I got my CNC running out in the garage. I keep pulling it up, checking it. I lost my boot earlier, my dust boot, but it's getting close to being done. So that's working out in my shop. Just keeping an eye on it.
Jerry, how much longer are you going to go tonight?
Usually 4 hours. I'm at 3 hours, 33 minutes. Depends as long as people are talking. And Josh was talking about leaving, but I guess he's going to stay a little bit longer. That's cool. For Ethan, you can drop on about 15 minutes. So that'd be awesome. Let me reshare out the link. If anybody'd like to join in, you're welcome to do so. Typically, when people join in, if I know who they are, I recognize their name, I'll let them in. If they come on in the back room and you don't have your camera turned on, I have no idea who you are, then I'm not going to let you on. Because I've had crazy stuff happen about a year ago after letting people in, and I don't know who they are. So that can go south really quick and get me kicked off Twitch and banned on YouTube.
Yeah, let's not do that.
But I welcome everybody to always plug your channels or anything that you're working on. You're very welcome to promote or plug yourself. I have no problem with it.
Sure, I'll do that then.
Yeah, you're very welcome to.
Yeah, so I'm sure, Jerry, I know all your longtime viewers know who I am. Thank you, Bird. But, Baby Belt. It's a low-cost belt printer, about $100, maybe a little less. PTFE bearings, cheap little stepper motors, standard Creality style control board. This is a slightly older version. It has some updates now, but it's the one I just keep on my desk to play with. But yeah, it's a fun little printer. So you can check me out online if you just Google baby belt, or Jerry, you can put a link. I can give you a link if you want.
Yeah, throw it in the private chat and I'll post it.
Sure. There's my plug.
And I just shared links for Josh a minute ago. Matt, do you have anything you want to talk about?
Yeah, I'm gonna switch over to one of my cameras in a second.
All right. Yeah, there's Nightbot. I shut it down earlier and it's still running, but I logged out of Nightbot, so I don't know why it's still posting.
It's taking over your stream.
The pictures, what you see, one is called the shepherd and the sheep, and I'm actually selling this one to a friend of mine. He wanted that, and yeah, he's excited about it. The kingfisher is printed flat. Also, the lambs are all printed flat. These two pictures took me around about 8 hours to print each.
That's amazing. Woo, that is a colored print, not a colored background.
Yeah, I'm still not really happy with the. I mean, I'm very happy that it's pure color, but you know, I do want to have better resolution on it, and that's why I was printing it vertically. And
it's pretty good resolution, if you ask me.
This one right here has better resolution, but I have to find the light source first.
I come from a printing background, so the fact that you can actually get color and lithographs that look like something that was printed from a 2D printer with ink and stuff, that's just mind-blowing to me. I think it's great.
What size nozzle, Matt? 0.4?
Yeah, 0.4. You can print with the 0.22, but you have more likely that your nozzle will clog up. It's better with the 0.4.
You know, these just make great night lights just for kids and stuff too. So you can have a whole niche for this stuff.
Yeah,
grandparents' bedrooms and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. I mean, I if I sell something like this, I sell them for like 25 to 30 pounds. 25 to 30 pounds I sell them. And yeah, mostly people give me custom made ones, you know, like I do them custom made, like from families or whatever pictures they give me. So yeah,
Good stuff for memorials.
Yeah, I tend to stay away from memorial because it makes me sad.
Well, at least you know that. I mean,
yeah. I mean, not. I mean, I do them, you know, but it's with heavy heart set, you know, because I know I want to have the picture perfect because I know the family
it's hard
gonna look at this
trying
picture
to get a customer who's grieving. So I don't. I agree with you. It's hard, and that's sometimes it's easier to avoid a situation rather than to possibly disappoint somebody who's grieving. So
yeah.
Nightbot, I had to hit part channel and then a graph shut it down and then I logged out, so it's gone now. No more Nightbot until I log back in and reactivate it.
Yeah, I love this making, and you can see here, this is how it looks. This is basically a color sheet, normally another layer of white gets printed on top of here, but I stopped it at that layer because I use this part to put behind here. Because this one was printed vertically, that's why the color resolution is very nice on this one. And, you know.
That's crazy though that you printed that vertically, not horizontally.
So yeah, I'm proud of it.
Is it?
165 mil by 165 mil. So it's right at the border of the wobble effect. I do get the wobble effect if I don't have any.
Did you have to put the sides on it after you printed it, right?
No.
You said you printed it vertically, laying flat, not horizontally upright.
Okay. This piece I printed flat, like
Yes.
this. This piece I printed like this, and
Okay,
all on the
horizontally.
same table.
All right.
I printed both on the same print at the same time, and it
Oh,
took
wow.
me around about 9-12 hours, I think. Because it depends what color. There's more colors in there, desto longer it will take. So
Okay.
if you have a lot of colorful pictures, that take long. Instead of having just a pure white background with just an image on it, that will take maybe 5-6 hours.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that again, the technology is able to do that. Now, are you doing just transitions, or do you have a palette?
Yeah, I have an AMS unit. As you can see there, that's a bamboo. So that's what I'm using, a bamboo. I love it. My wife won the printer on the LM show, Lawn Moses show, and she gave it to me for Christmas as a present. So
that's a good wife.
Yeah. Oh, last year she gave me for my birthday a scanner, and she helps me out with my 3D printing stuff. I love her. I mean, I never had a wife before. Was my only wife, but I never had a girlfriend.
The last one.
I never been married before. I almost make it sound like I've been married before, but my other.
Or that you had two wives.
Yeah, no, I don't have two wives. That's too much work. Trust
It's
me,
illegal.
That's too much. No, not in Mormon religion.
Yeah. Well, here it is.
So,
unless you move to Utah.
Oh yeah.
Certain parts of Asia is allowed. Certain parts of Africa is allowed.
Oh, did I say it out loud?
Yeah. No. It's very easy to print on the bamboo, I think, the lithophanes. And I was first skeptical that I can print so fast and still get a good picture out.
Now, how is your waste printing the lithophanes? Is there a lot of waste?
16 poops for this setup, what I've just shown you, for printing both pictures. 16
Did
poops.
you have to have a purge tower on the bed?
I have a little one, yeah.
Okay.
But
well,
this is only this high.
Not very tall, so it wouldn't be very much.
Yeah. 16 poops, like I said, 16 poops. 16
I think
poops
when we can start to find, because when I was doing the color mixing with my quad, I was doing flat stuff, and as much as I could purge less of, that's where I found the brilliance of the machines. So for your lithophane, if your waste is nothing, then that's one of the benefits.
Hey guys, quiet. Not quiet, you guys. I'm clicking on a video here.
Hey guys. Hey guys, Jerry here with 3DHP.
I want to share something, but
Talking to yourself again, Jerry?
Hey guys, Jerry.
Stop it. No, I got a short, and every time you scroll, the next one starts auto-playing. Let me share this real quick, and if I could.
Never.
Yeah, here's I printed out a beer koozie to hold beer bottles from Lightspeed, and I figured I'll do a YouTube short about all the waste on the bamboo. And here's
you also can find my videos also on YouTube under Matt German.
Here's a video right here. Right here with 3D HP. I forgot to weigh the poop. I done my video earlier where I printed out this bottle and a couple others from Lightspeed over on his Patreon, but I forgot to weigh the poop. Got the scale zeroed out. Can you hear that? Try not to spill it.
Oh my God.
Come in. What do we got? 566 grams. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot the purge tower.
Fuck. Sorry. Kills me, dude.
65 grams, guys. Boy, the filament company's going to be rooting for everybody to buy the new Bamboo Labs X1 carbon, because boy, does it poop. It does a beautiful job. Look at this work. If you want to see how I done this, where I done it, watch it print, check out my video. Later, guys.
Man, no one's talking about the fact that like gas makes our filament.
Hello, Richard.
And so if we're at, not to get political or anything, but if we're at war and our gas costs more, then our filament's eventually going to cost more.
See, that's all the poop I used for one lithophane.
But Jerry,
that's not bad. That's actually pretty good.
Did you try changing the settings?
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the free heathen popping in. Maker Millwright. Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Hey.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. How are you all today?
Real good.
Doing well.
Sounds like he's speaking from a different microphone than usually.
No, I had double echo on. Sorry about that. I'm new to Streamlabs. Oh, did I drop you? What happened?
No, you're still there. You're just hard to hear, and we very much hear a printer doing retraction, too.
Hey. How's it going today?
Is that what I'm hearing? I'm like,
good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Welcome to Jerry's stream. Jerry, I love you, dude. Thank you for hosting all this talent and sneaking Mr. Mink himself, the Baby Belt King, into the mix. I was watching the stream. I enjoy it. I'm missing Paul, so Paul needs to go onto your set more because that bugs me. But short of that. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for inviting me in. I normally don't stay very long, but I want to come in and say hi. I'm a digital designer and streamer. I make stuff, and I like to collab. So
nice. So, where do you tell people that are on YouTube that don't know you? You stream on Twitch primarily, or what all do you do?
I do primarily like improvised streams on Twitch using Tinkercad, and I focus on development of designs and ideas. So I do everything from CNC development to printer development to Arduino development, and I also have 4 model ranges I developed for. So I'm on Twitch primarily, but I hope to expand into long form YouTube because I really enjoy watching like all the streamers on YouTube when the show's over. I don't know. Is that weird? I don't know.
I don't think you're using your microphone from your headset.
No, he's busted. All right, let me check your settings again.
We can hear you, but it's not the mic that you're on your head now.
Yeah.
And I think you have a 3D printer running. I think I hear it doing retractions.
Hey Jerry, I gotta bounce out for the night. I gotta go get dinner going.
All right, Josh. Well, thank you very much for coming by. You're always welcome. Have a great day, my friend.
Thank you. I appreciate you. And I got the Recreator 3D notes I've been spending the last 5 months trying to manage. So
nice.
That'll be going out soon. We'll be working again. Like Rob mentioned, you don't want to mention too many things because you never know what might not happen. So hopefully we'll have kits coming out soon for people who are interested in getting a parts kit, not sourcing themselves. So that'll be a good thing. And next stream you've got, I'd love to come back. This was great. I'm really glad that you invited me and you host this for everybody. This is amazing.
Are you on?
He's the king.
Are you on Facebook?
I'm on Facebook and I'm on Twitter.
All right, leave me your last name in private chat, and I'll do a friend request on you. That way, I can send you a request every week or an invite.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. All right, appreciate everybody. Thanks for having me.
Have an awesome day.
All right, you too.
All right, bye-bye.
Be safe. Lots of love.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Sorry. Make them all right. You frozen?
Who? Oh. He's not
No.
frozen. I just saw his eyes move.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I said to go copy a link real quick. Yeah, we've been streaming for 3 hours, 50 minutes. We gave away a roll of filament. We're live on YouTube and Twitch. And we've had up to 10 people on camera. The reason I got my garage pulled up as one of my cameras is I've got my CNC going and I got to make sure it don't go haywire. But earlier, my part of my dust boot got caught up in the bit and I had to go out there and pull it off of it. But the vacuum is still running. The MDF is not making a mess, so it's still doing good. It should be done here in a little while, hopefully.
Are you going to endoscope that so you can watch the tool head move?
Nah, I doubt it.
That'd be cool, though.
What machine is that, Jerry?
That's the same Smart Jamitsu 4040 Pro. It looks like a mini Onefinity that costs $4,000. That one was a little over $600. It was sent to me free from Sane Smart to review. It's got a footprint of 15.5 by 15.5, which isn't very big. I wish it was at least 2 foot by 2 foot. The engraving area, it's a little small, but so far it's been great. It doesn't have belts or rollers. It has balls, lead screws, and bearings.
Can I ask you about your experience with Sane Smart?
This is my first machine I've got from them. I've had no problems.
Okay. So I've been looking at the Sane Smart, and I'm hoping to build like my own mill, right? And the Sane Smart, their mills are so interesting, and I'm always looking at the metal mills. But I was curious how you felt about like the fit and finish and the belts, because sometimes companies might ship an old belt or
This
or a
doesn't
bad
have
bearing
belts.
by mistake. It's mistakes. I understand, but I was just curious how you felt about it.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have belts. It doesn't have rollers, and so far so good. The Z-axis is not on linear rails. It's on bearings like the rest of it. I haven't tried to carve any or mill any aluminum on it. I'll probably go to Lowe's or Home Depot, buy a little block of something just for a video. I can say, look, I made a necklace. I
Yeah.
don't really know, but I need
Well, if
to
you
make.
could mill your logo, right? How cool would that be?
Well, that would be cool. Yeah. I try to make things I can use. I try not to, which for years and years, when I do a video, it's like, what have I not printed in the past or what have I not engraved? And I try to be different for the next video. And I don't like just doing useless stuff like
Jerry,
vases.
you need a stamp. Just
Yeah.
invert your logo and turn it into a stamp.
Yeah, I get a branding iron or something.
Yeah, there you go. You're in Vegas. That's the city of sin, right?
Yeah. It's like chat got really quiet. Guys, ask questions, comment, say something.
A
We
lot
would
of the
appreciate
YouTubers
it.
probably don't know who I am. I'm very, I'm more active on Twitch. Sorry about that, guys. But I think we should be picking Rob's brain. I think we should like really focus on Rob and make him feel awkward because I friggin' love the baby belt. And I was just wondering, Rob, so with the baby belt construction, what is your favorite material, like composite material, to build a baby belt out of?
Friendship Lights, we read all chat and I read all chat. I plug and promote everybody on my stream and I try to read everything. Anything in chat I see relevant, I post on the screen.
I
And I always
mainly
have.
I mainly print the baby belt out of PLA, sometimes PETG. PLA is just fine for the baby belt. It's what I designed it in. It's what I printed in. I test everything as PLA on a Ender 3 before I publish the STLs and CAD files, so that people can most easily replicate it because it's just out the door. The most common printer out there, and it's what most stuff's printed with. And that way too, I can test overhangs and cooling and all that kind of stuff. Just because I have 3 Ender 3s. If you try to print everything on a Voron and everybody else tries to print it on Ender 3, it may not work. Yeah.
I'm the only streamer that I know of that goes overboard with posting comments on the screen. And I'm sure everybody that's been on my live stream can say, yeah, Jerry, you post an awful lot of comments on the screen. And I'm real heavy on comments. And without the comments, I can't have a chat. I can't do this. So if it wasn't for people in chat, I can't run this channel. I can't go live. We could do this all offline, which, people chat offline a lot. But I try to always acknowledge chat whenever something is relevant and post it.
Even the guests acknowledge the chat. You know, we
Yes.
did too.
Yes.
So-
Jerry, that's one of the things I love about your stream is even if I'm not video part of it, I'll
Hey,
watch
Pestlitz.
and sometimes drop some stuff in, and it even if you're not in the video stream, you're definitely still part of it. Oh, what is
Oh, I
that?
forgot-
Helmet?
Shoulder pad.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Is that Warhammer?
Yes, yes. So I often will design Warhammer 40K stuff and Warhammer 40K cosplay because I like getting people involved. And this is a shoulder I did for Polymaker, testing out their. I was the only Canadian part of their test
Hey,
team
Richard.
for the cos PLA. And since
That
you
is-
guys, I'm so sorry, YouTube. I can't read chat. I only have my video up. I'm a very terrible streamer. You can ask Jerry. The fact that he even invites me to this stuff is crazy, if you ask me.
Another thing about chat, because I'm multi-streaming on
Go on
YouTube
the
and
comments.
Twitch, I have to post the comments in chat because Twitch can't see them and YouTube can't see what Twitch is saying. So only I can see both places at once. So I have to throw them on the screen so you can read them if you're on another platform.
Give Jerry some love, guys. He's
Nice.
our homie. He's bringing all these strangers together just for you. I adore Jerry. You know it, Jerry.
Yeah, it's
So
all good.
I tend to make a lot of toys. I'm a toy guy. I love 3D printing for like props and stuff. Yeah, exactly. People love listening to the Stuff as podcast. There you go. There you go, friendship. We got you, homie. I knew you'd be all right. So this is a plasma pistol of my design, based on the Warhammer 40,000 stuff. But, you know, I make lots of toys. It's like my favorite
Nice.
thing to do. This one's pretty cool. I like that one.
Very much a Warhammer inspired design.
Yeah, very much a bolt pistol, right? Very much.
Yeah.
Not the new one, not the nice Primaris one, just the classic. You know, I'm an old school Warhammer 40K guy. But I got something to throw you guys. Really cool. So I've never seen anybody make one of these yet. And it's known as a Storm Bolt pistol. And it goes with my cosplay, which I hope to be traveling next year for. So it'll be part of my stream and stuff. But this is...
Oh, wow.
And the new version, because I've now learned and because my print team has been helping me with my learning Arduinos, I'm going to make moving parts, add lights. I'm sorry. I'm a high energy kind of guy, right? So, Tanner! It's Tanner!
Yep, he pops in
Guys,
occasionally.
it's Tanner!
Yeah, Tanner 3D, if no one knows, is a professional country singer. He's got an awesome voice. He needs to be on America's Got Talent. That way the world can hear him on the stage. He is
I
an
like
awesome
Tanner
dude.
because he makes G.I. Joe
He's a
toys.
great designer. He's in a 3D printing community. He's a wonderful person.
And so I've been developing a game with a writer called Beacon of Doom, and this is one of the weapons from one of the characters in the game. So I made a prop that you could use. This is made out of that beautiful, beautiful Capricorn. So that's their Firefly blue, and then that's their purple sparkly purple, and that's the aluminum like. And I'll tell you right now, the camera doesn't do it justice. It looks just like aluminum. And then we're gonna put some UV lights in here or black lights, and the whole thing will glow. It's gonna be great.
That's cool.
Yeah, I make a lot of toys, guys. I don't know. My set's full of stuff. So if you have any questions, any comments, any concerns, whatever.
How long have you been a maker? How long have you been in 3D printing, and how long have you been a maker?
That's a loaded question.
I gotta get the
I am
dog the
a
bone.
Red Seal industrial mechanic here in Canada. So I like build factories and airports, and I'm a machinist, and I'm a heavy duty mechanic, and I'm a welder. It's my trade, and it's a long, complicated story. I got hurt in a car crash. I came over and started doing this about 3 years ago, and I've been streaming for a year and a half. My hands aren't so good anymore, and I can't really. I got a bum shoulder, so I can't do my trade anymore. So I've been doing this. We make games and stuff, and I try to join as many communities and bring what I want to do. What Jerry does, where he brings people together from all over, right? Like Jerry said, he's like, sometimes we're doing CNC, sometimes we're doing painting, sometimes we're doing lasers, right? So it's like, I don't know. I've been a maker all my life, but commercially like this for about a year and a half. Oh, thank you, friendship. That's nice of you, homie. Appreciate you. Come over on Twitch and meet me. Oh, it's Matt. Hi, Matt. And Matt's cat.
Let me grab your link off Twitch and I'll share it in chat.
Thanks, Jerry. Oh, and grenades, because like everybody likes prop grenades, right? Oh, this is the you guys will love this one. So before the IWE color came out, they did the purple gold, and I got some. And I don't have my big hammer, but I made some grenades up with it. So this is the aluminum like. No. This is Polymaker silver PLA, because it's that white. You can always tell it's the Polymaker because it's a very white silver. And then this is the IWE color purple gold dual extrusion, and the core, of course, the core is made out of Polymaker glow in the dark green.
Cool.
I'm gonna put little lights in it and a little button. This is just the prototype to kind of show concept, but the idea is that you'll be able to take the spoon off, and there'll be a button in there that'll make it glow and flash. And imagine having like 6 of those on your cosplay, right? How cool would that be?
Just as a heads up, if anybody ever needs any projects, especially with like Arduino code or wiring or stuff like that, I'm totally game to help people with that kind of stuff.
Rob, don't ever say that. You said that last time, and if I put you to work, man, you'll never get anything done. I got 15 projects I gotta get done, and I remember like coding's not. I'm very weak in coding. I'm a very mechanical person, so I've built a few 3D printers. I've designed some CNC machines. Oh, you guys will love this one. If you go check out my Fangs profile, I have a sandwich maker, the first step of a 1980s style, like gizmodified breakfast assembly line. And the first one flips the toast and puts it through the oven. The first assembly, you can find it up on my... Oh, hey, Vince is here. But yeah, so I invent lots of fun stuff and chill and whatever. So I try to get other makers and stuff to make my stuff. But we're always, anything you guys want, we just talk about it, pass it on to Jerry, and I'll give it a throw. I love this stuff. This is my dream, eh? I don't really know how else to explain it to other people. I miss being a mechanic in ways that I can't explain, but coming on here and talking to people and showing Tinkercad and showing the magic that is 3D printing, and then meeting all the people who are shy, it's so wonderful for me, I would say.
Very cool.
Oh, sorry, one more thing. Klingon prop. I know it's got a misprint in it. I'm sending it over to a streamer to double check it. When that's done, she'll give us the go ahead.
Ooh, that looks fun.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm designing some parts for cars. Actually, I didn't know you were a mechanic too.
Yeah, I'm an industrial mechanic.
Okay.
Yeah, I make stuff. I build stuff.
I'm a big classic car enthusiast, so I'm right now designing a set of mirrors for one of my cars, because if I bought them, they'd be $600. And I don't believe in spending $600 on a set of fender mirrors. That's crazy.
Not only that, but remember, you can always cast them too, right? And mill them down. So use the printer for the mold, and then sand cast, and then mill down, right? And then just rechrome.
Rob, it cost me $900 to replace the mirror on my Escalade.
Oh my God.
Well, you got to remember that mirror is not only a mirror, it's heated. It also has the turn signal built in. There's some kind of a sensor. Yeah, $900.
Did you look on Marketplace? Maybe you could have got a hot deal.
They do make some knockoffs, but hey, look, actually, I didn't wind up really paying for it. The guy who broke it paid for it. There was a van coming the opposite way, and his mirror hit my mirror. So I went after him, and he said, "Well, you went over the line." And I said, "Hold on a second." I downloaded the video from my camera, and I showed it to him, and he goes, "Yeah, I was looking for an address."
Wow.
He admitted. He zelved me right there and then. So, but yeah, it was $900.
Wow. Well, the other issue with this is they haven't made this mirror in like 40 years.
That was the joke. I was trying to make the joke while he was talking, because Sergio, by the way, fantastic accent, my dude. The Sergio's mirror, $900, right? Fancy, all that stuff. Poor Rob wants a piece of aluminum with a shiny side on it.
Yeah, right.
I've catted it up. It's I have it in my CAD software right here right now, all ready to print the prototype.
I like how you say that and then don't share it with us. You're a jerk.
All right, fine. I'm sharing my screen now, Jerry.
I wish I'd never given up my first car.
What was it, Sergio?
1964 Chevy Impala convertible.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm a 69 Charger guy, can you tell?
Oh.
I'm a old Datsun fan.
Oh, yeah. Good choice.
Datsun, which is now Nissan. For the youngins who don't know that.
Oh, hold on a second, I have an alarm going off.
Oh, and I'm into custom rods because I know how to weld and make motors. So
Nice. I used to be a certified welder too.
Want that?
I let my certification expire, but
Nice.
I was a maker long before 3D printers and were available. You know, for regular Joes. I had a CNC mill that I made before like the MP CNC was out and stuff like that. But like you, I don't have very good dexterity.
yeah.
So it was mainly electronics that I got into in coding, and that, thank you, Richard. That helped me get into 3D printing even faster. Thank you, Bird, for the
I
unexpected
love that.
raspberry.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting, eh, Jerry? How many disabled makers do you know? Because like you know me, it sounds like Rob's got problems with his hands too.
I know a handful of people.
Yeah, it's definitely an industry for like people who still want to be active and helpful, but can't do what they used to be really good at. You know what I mean?
Well, since I retired construction, I got fat and lost my muscle.
That's what's supposed to happen, Jerry. You're supposed to retire.
Yeah. Well, no,
I suffer with PTSD.
Yeah.
Yeah, poor Matt. Hey, buddy, you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm alright, fine. Just don't get enough sleep.
His back is
Hey,
hurting us.
put your face on the screen so I can wave at you.
That's what I got to get back into. Start.
Hi, Matt. Love you, brother.
Trying to
Hope you're doing
wait.
well. Say hi to your wife for me.
A few years ago, me and my wife started going to the gym like three or four times a week, 3 times a week probably. And then I had to have surgery, and I had to wear a bag for 6 months, and they cut me open like a pig, straight down my stomach through my belly button. So now it's a giant, what do you call it? Hernia, where the muscles never grew back together. So if I ever want to go to the gym, I can only work on my legs and my arms. I can't do nothing with my midsection because the muscles are not connected. I couldn't get a 6-pack if I wanted to, put it that way. It's impossible.
Trust me, they're not worth it.
Yeah.
Just saying, from my perspective, it's not worth having a 6-pack.
Well, I could get skinny and then I could 3D print one and I could wear Velcro and put my T-shirt on. It looked like I had one, right?
Batman did it.
Yeah.
3D print.
Yeah.
We have to print it in like
3D print some abs.
like 60 Shore A.
Right? Well, no, 85. 85 would be okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say mine are like an 85.
But yeah, no, I'm loving combining 3D printing in cars. I've printed turn signals for my.
Nice, Richard.
Yeah.
Well, try your 3D printing techniques on your cars in Las Vegas, and then you'll be your true test if they melt or fall down or whatever.
It's only Pet G
it's crazy.
Only Pet G I put on cars. Turn signal lenses, they haven't made in 40 years. The mirrors, jigs to hold stuff as I put stuff together.
Yes, Jack, I agree.
Stuff like that. So I 3D printed some intake manifolds for a motorcycle a while ago in nylon. So that was fun.
Jerry, you're in Vegas proper, right?
I don't know what you mean by proper, but I've lived
like
in
the
Vegas
city,
since
not
I was
the
5.
burbs, right?
Yeah, I live up on Sunrise Mountain. I'm in the county, not the main city, but it's all one big area.
Hey, have you been to the Weld 'em Up shop yet?
The what?
Weld 'em Up. It's a hot rod shop in
Weld 'em Up.
a very fancy hot rod shop in Vegas.
Well, no, I haven't.
Oh no? Oh man, you'd love that. Oh yeah. That's a real the guy. He's got his kids involved. His 2 boys. He's got a whole team, and they go and they recover like old rotten, say anywhere from the 10s to the 50s, anything from big rigs all the way down to a T, right? And they go and they customize them, clean them up. They're fantastic. Weld 'em Up is one of my favorite shows, and it's humble. It's just some boys with some welders and building some cars. I really like it.
Oh, cool. What channel is it on? I haven't heard of it.
Discovery. Remember, I'm in Canada, but it's a Discovery show. But they have a shop, where you can go because they have a museum from all the shop cars they built, and you can go see their shop cars. And they're one of the few hot rod shops I've ever seen build a gasser. So if you want to see a real vintage style hot rod, there's a gasser down there you could go look at.
Gary, you should do an update of that place that you did that video in Las Vegas from, with all those expensive toys and well. You
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Out at the airport. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I done a walkthrough. Next time I take my wife to catch a plane or something, I can film it again. But yeah, they weld anything and everything up. They got robots. It's a really cool store inside the mall or at the airport on the second or third level.
It'd be interesting to see what's changed.
I would love to see that.
Yeah.
Have you seen my video of it on my channel?
No, send me the link. So, for those on YouTube who don't know me, I have a bad memory. So you'll often hear me ask streamers to send me links because I forget.
Yeah, let me find the link and I'll post it here in the chat. But they got a lot of cool stuff, and they weld up. They all have like 15-foot tall transformer robots made out of sprockets and shock absorbers, anything and everything you can think of, and they're really high dollar, high end, beautiful. It's called Califano.
Yeah, that's some really nice stuff in that place.
Yeah, here's the link right here.
Well, Jerry, I think I'm gonna hop out here. Saturdays I'm trying to make them as my recovery days for the week, and I've already only taken one nap so far today. So.
Right. Yeah, that's
only one.
Can we give a huge shout out to Rob though before he goes? Because we love Rob, and like Rob Mink, the king of the baby belt. Can we just Rob stand up? Rob stand up, take a bow, give these nice people. Come on, my boy, please for me, just for your buddy maker. This is our boy. This is our boy, Rob Mink. Clever.
He's your son.
Funny,
I didn't
sweetheart.
know. You had a son.
No. Well, thanks, guys. I really appreciate that.
Bob, he's gonna make you famous.
I am gonna make you famous.
Sure.
You wait till I got 2 baby belts running on my stream. You wait.
Okay. Well, the Baby Belt 10.3 should be out in the next week or so, and then the cat's already out of the bag. Thank you, Subsector. We are working on
my dude.
I'm starting to work on a Baby Belt Pro, which will be like instead of like $100 printer, like maybe a $300 printer, but roughly the same size, with linear rails and better extruder and different motors and all that stuff. So, yeah, and I've got a couple other irons in the fire too. An IDEX belt printer. And the telepresence robot. So,
man,
yeah.
I'm building battle bots. I'm sorry. I'm a gladiator, dude.
I'm trying to start a local 1 pound, not battle bots, but macrobot.
Yeah,
chapter.
featherweight class.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of people, not a lot of kids, not a lot of makers where I live. I live in the middle of nowhere. Like, you have to pass at least 3 miles of farm fields to get to the closest gas station, and maybe 10 miles of farm fields to get to the nearest Walmart.
Jeez.
So I am like, I can walk to a field from my house.
We will definitely keep you in mind when I start doing my BattleBot setup, because I'll get your opinion on what we can do. We're doing a bunch of that. We're doing 3 universal frames for everybody based on standardized motors and controllers.
Nice, yes, and I'm
right, because you want it to be cheap, right?
Yeah, and I am dead serious about helping people with code or electronics or stuff like that. If it's low-level code, like Arduino stuff, where like electronics meet software, that's the stuff I really, really love. So,
very cool.
Willing to help out.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, I hope you all
I'll
have
get
a
with you
great.
in the morning, Rob, and we'll see what we can set up.
All right, Jerry. Yeah, you got my cell phone number now. So.
Okay.
See you, Rob.
See ya.
Have a great night. Thank you.
Thanks, you two guys. Bye.
Hey, I'll be back in 1 second. Gotta go check on the dogs.
All right.
Mute.
Wow, that's a lot of space there, Tanner.
It's one thing I regret about Las Vegas is it's all desert and dirt. We have great weather here year round, but I sure wish I lived somewhere where it's like in all these shows I see on TV, trees and green and pretty, but with that comes humidity and snow. So
yeah, it's pretty wet up here, man. Like we have weather similar to Seattle, so.
And then tornadoes possibly.
Yes.
I couldn't imagine having a tornado coming towards my house and I'm hiding in the basement hoping I don't lose everything or my life. So, or my dogs or something, you know.
My big dream for either Nevada or Arizona is I would make like a RV park, and I tried to put down as many solar cells as I could. Just like I basically make a solar farm with an RV park in it, because the solar panels will even cool the air for you.
Yeah, if I had to get my animals and my wife into a storm basement, I'd grab the dogs first, and then if the storm hadn't hit, I'd go back for the walk. But the dogs would be first.
You don't want to drop a house on her, do you?
She's probably still watching in chat. I'll know in a minute.
Hi, Betty Boop. How are you, miss? I hope you're doing well. It's been a long time. So I just wanted to show you something fun. So there's an American maker that I follow by the name of Jimmy DiRista. He's actually a really creative guy. He's now, as my dad jokes, Maker Senior often will joke, he's like, oh, he's living the farm life now. He moved from New York as an artist maker to New York State. So he moved out of the city and into the country. But Jimmy DiRista, if you guys don't know, is a YouTube star, very nice guy. But he led the prototype way of the art maker path. And this blade you see here, this big silly razor, is actually one of the 3 knives he's designed. And what you do is you buy the razor without any handles or anything. And it was one of my first projects I ever did. I made 13 different variants of handles, including a hand plane for this razor. So I really love that application of finding something in the wild and making it into something fun with a printer. Yeah, I've got.
I think that needs a wood handle. If I had a blade like that, I'd have to have wood on it.
Yeah, absolutely. What's neat about this is it just because with the you could cast off of it. You could mill, like with your CNC, you could mill a whole new handle for it, right? With seats and everything, right? Because it's the same as doing it. It's stock removal instead of stock addition.
Hey, Justin's back.
Welcome back, Justin. But yeah, so if you guys are looking for new makers and other people, Jimmy DiRista is actually been a huge inspiration to me. He's a woodworker / like designer. And he does a lot of artsy stuff. He's really smart. He just had a TV show on Netflix called Making Fun. Yeah, Making Fun.
Is he on YouTube? Is he on YouTube?
Yes, you can look him up on YouTube. Absolutely. That's where he started. That's where he started all of this, was on YouTube. On YouTube, okay. He started showing his New York. I didn't know very much about New York, so I learned a lot from him. But there's all kinds of like hidden little like studios and stuff under buildings because they used to be something else. And that's where he had his studio. It was all tucked underneath. It was all hidden. I couldn't believe it. New York is such a wonderful city. I'm sorry it's having such a hard time.
Never been there.
Yeah, you can see actually that's his right there. That's the
nice
promo for it. There's Matt. Hey, Matt.
Yeah,
agreed.
Sorry, I had to...
Richard, agreed.
Nature called.
He is definitely someone that if you're a maker, even if you don't do woodworking, is someone you should learn from. Watch him work. He does very good work. And he does work old school, so it's not the safest. Hey, Justin, long time, buddy. How are ya?
Me?
Yeah, you, with the face.
I'm trying to recognize you. Sorry.
That's all right, man. No worries.
The free heathen.
Oh, okay.
Here, turn free heathen. Turn around. There you go. Free heathen. There he is.
Sorry, I'm modifying parks and dealing with headaches with that. So.
I'm trying to find other cool stuff for you, Jerry. I got piles of stuff. I just never remember what it all is.
I'm gonna hop off actually, if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, I need to raid another channel. I got to find a channel on Twitch to raid into.
All right, well then I will jump out. Thank you for having me, Jerry. I'm glad I was able to make it. It's really hard for me.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you're always welcome. It's awesome seeing you, and Please go check out the Free Heathen over on Twitch. I shared his link a little bit ago to his channel, the Free Heathen on Twitch. Thank you very much. You have a great day, my friend.
Be safe. Lots of love, everyone. Have a
Right.
great day.
I'm
And
gonna
take care of
hop off.
yourselves.
Take
See
care.
everyone later.
All right, Justin, take care. Have a great day. Thank you, sir.
That's it.
And I think I'm going to rate in a maker deck. So everybody watching on Twitch, we're going to rate in a maker deck here in about 8 seconds. And everybody watching on YouTube, I thank you very much for coming, hanging out. Thank you for all the comments. Thank you for the super chats, the bits, and Sergio. Thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate it on
And
PayPal.
check out my group out in Facebook, please.
And check out Matt German's group, Lithophane Polymaker. He's a Lithophane Polymaker ambassador, and he's been doing a lot of work working with bamboo at the moment. Here goes a raid on Twitch right now, and I'll be back next Saturday, 1 p.m.
Good
Pacific.
night, everybody.
And rating now on Twitch. And here's take care, everybody. Have an awesome day. I appreciate each and every one of you.